Hey everyone, GitKon 2025 starts now, and we have a great 2 days planned with content focused on you, the builders. That means devs and leaders in all facets of tech. Today, we focus on the developers and how the dev process is changing, as well as some really cool GitKraken features you might not have heard about yet. There are panels with top minds in the industry, and we'll be announcing the winners of our game jam. Tomorrow, learn what engineering leadership means in 2025 and beyond with keynotes from our very own CEO, Matt Johnston, Nathan Harvey from Google Cloud, and Tracy Lee, CEO of This.Labs. AI is changing how we do work, but it's also changing how we measure our impact and productivity, and Day 2 is all about filling in those gaps. So, without further ado, let's hear from GitKraken CEO Matt Johnston to kick things off.
Welcome to GitKon 2025. I'm Matt Johnston, CEO of GitKraken. The most pervasive theme of the past 1,000+ days has been AI. It's everywhere, in our news cycles, our hype cycles, our software development lifecycle. And so are the headlines. Powerful coding assistants promising speed, threatening jobs, changing the profession, disrupting entire industries. Most developers, honestly most CEOs, CTOs, and investors I know, are somewhere between excited, daunted, and concerned about what it means for the future of their company and their teams. So part of what we want to talk about in the next 2 days at GitKon is GitKraken's point of view, our philosophy about AI's impact on the art and science of software development. Our view is that developers who work well with AI will amplify their craft and their long-term value. That AI is a resource to augment and supercharge the power of professional developers, and to broaden the scope of who can be a builder, including product managers, designers, engineering leaders, and more. So a big theme for today's track is building practical skills for partnering effectively with AI. And with that, welcome to the Builders era. So, what are we going to cover today? Day 1 of GitKon is centered around one question. How do you actually get better at deeply leveraging AI in your daily workflows while maintaining control of your craft? You'll learn how teams share AI context instead of everyone working in silos. Chris, the VP of Product from Zapier, will deliver a keynote about what happens when entire organizations collaborate with AI, not just individuals. You'll see how to use AI for complex work, not just simple tasks. Spec-Driven development, building features that require deep planning, not just code completion. You'll learn advanced Git workflows that AI makes possible, not just faster commits, actually removing the friction that breaks your flow and slows you down. You'll hear about career development in this moment. What skills matter in 2025 and beyond? How do you grow when AI is changing how we work? Real talk from developers who are figuring this out in real time. And you'll learn how to maintain quality when AI is generating code at scale, because shipping fast only matters if what you ship actually works. This isn't theory. This isn't academic. These sessions will contain actionable learnings you can use immediately. So why are we calling this the Builders era? Because this is a moment in time, a moment in which developers who truly care about the craft can help shape what the future of software development looks like. It's not about AI replacing developers, and it's not developers resisting AI. Developers who know how to work well with AI as a partner, a resource, just like Git, your IDE, or any other tool in your workflow. The developers who best leverage AI and agents, you're the ones who will build the next wave of software innovation. And not because you can churn out the most code, but because you gather context, you deeply understand the problem, and you creatively solve it. You know what to build, how to build it well, and how to use AI to remove the friction that's been in the way. And that's what the craft of being a professional developer looks like now. And that's what Day 1 of GitKon is all about. So that's Day 1 of GitKon. Real experts, real skills, things you can put to use tomorrow. Let's work together to build great software in the age of AI. Welcome to the Builders era. It's time to get started.
Thanks, Matt. I hope everyone's ready to jump right into our talks, because this keynote is a good one. We're going to hear from Chris Gagan, VP of Product at Zapier, about context engineering as a team sport, and how shared AI context eliminates handoffs. AI isn't just about making one developer better, it's about making teams work together more efficiently across all parts of the product lifecycle by blurring the lines between engineering, product, and design.
Hello, GitKon. Thanks for having me. Let me start with a quick exercise. Think about the last time you used AI. Probably earlier today. What were you actually doing? Not what was AI doing, but what were you doing? You probably weren't just typing in random questions. You were explaining your problem, sharing background, giving examples, then clarifying what you meant, maybe pasting in some code or uploading a document. In other words, you were assembling context, piece by piece, making sure the AI understood your situation before it could help. So here's the point. We're all context engineers. Using AI means deciding what info matters, structuring it, and making it useful so that AI can help us better. But here's the thing. Most of us are doing this alone, individually, which means we get individual gains. What if we did that as a team? I'm Chris Gagan, VP of Product at Zapier. I've been at Zapier for 9 years, leading product design and research. And for those that don't know, Zapier is the most connected AI orchestration platform, connecting the apps you use for work with automated workflows and access to AI and agents that work on your behalf. We are a fully remote company, about 800 people across the globe. Now, I'm not an engineer by trade. I write code, but at best I am a junior engineer, which I think makes me exactly the right person to talk about what happens when AI blurs the boundaries of who can build software. Here's my thesis. Individual AI adoption gets you individual gains. Team context engineering gets you real transformation. Let me unpack that with 3 practical mindset shifts that I think we need to make. First, think about your business like it's code. I'm not just talking about the software you ship. Think about your business processes, your strategy, your org chart. What if all that lived in version-controlled, AI-readable files? Second, think about context engineering as a shared team activity. Stop acting like solo developers. Start acting like a team of architects building shared context. Third, make sure context doesn't just include knowledge. It should also include the ability to take action with the tools you use for work. Knowledge without action is just more documentation. Context with action actually transforms how we get work done. Let me show you what each of these look like in practice. Here's what I've observed with AI adoption so far. Individuals spend a lot of time making sure AI works for them. Custom prompts, personal workflows, individual productivity hacks, which is great. Look, I am right there with you. But it means the productivity gains are limited to that one person. They don't compound, they don't scale. Think about it this way. Imagine you're onboarding a new employee tomorrow. What context would you need to help them be successful? What would you have them read? Who would you have them meet? What examples would you show them? Now, imagine all of that lived in Git repos, constantly improving because your teammates are adding to it. Why is this helpful? Well, tools like Cursor provide robust built-in context management, and they are incredibly helpful for working on software. But here's the insight. They are also incredibly useful for any domain that can be expressed as text. Let me show you what I mean. All right, time for a quick demo. This is Cursor, if you're not familiar with it, and it is a development environment. On the left-hand side, you will see all the files in this project. And now, the way I've set this up, it's you don't need all of these files. You can start off with just 2 files. One is the README file that describes the project, and the second is a Copilot cursor role. I'll go over this really quickly. It actually doesn't matter too much that you follow exactly how I did it, but you write a README markdown file that talks about what you want this project to be. Okay, so I describe the goals for this project, and essentially this is not code, this is a Copilot to help me with context and knowledge. And then I go ahead and I write a Copilot cursor role that lives in my cursor roles folder here. And this is going to apply every single time I call an agent. So this gets loaded into the context every single time. And I tell it what my role is and what role I want the agent to play. In this case, a coach and an advisor to proactively coach me in my role, and I give it a bunch of sort of guidance and tone and style. Now, this role is incorporated every single time I call an agent. I have a bunch of other roles that are helpful in very specific occasions. For example, I have a daily briefing rule. So when I ask it to write a daily news briefing for me, it will intelligently apply this rule, and it will go ahead and it will write a daily news briefing based on everything it knows about my context. So it's actually going to be fairly personalized. And then as you go, you can start to build out the context that lives inside of this project. And in fact, each one of these folders can be its own Git repo. So this hiring folder could be a Git repo shared with the entire hiring team. And every time we have a new process, like a way to write a job description, could be a cursor rule. Every time we think about how to write interview questions and prepare for interviews, that could become a new cursor role inside of that. We have context, my own personal context. This is stuff that is uniquely about me, but then I have team context, and then I have strategy, which is context about the entire company strategy. And so you can create these different Git repos within your project that you can share with the appropriate folks in your organization and start contributing. So that is the core idea behind how you could use a tool like Cursor for robust context management. So why is this important? When you hop over to agent mode here, we'll give it an instruction like write a PRD for the Zapier and GitKraken integration. Now, if you type this into ChatGPT or Claude or something like that, you might get a moderately okay response. But because this is connected to our company strategy, let's just see what it does. So it's going to go ahead and it's going to plan its next moves, which will include probably doing a web search. Yep. And then it is actually going to go read, well, I have my GitKon Keynote presentation files in here, and so it's searching through those. It's looking at Zapier's strategy documents, my current priorities, looking for any other PRDs that we have in the system so that maybe it could model after that. And it's just going and gathering all of this context. And then it starts writing the PRD. Now, the important thing here isn't, what does this PRD look like? I won't bore you with the details there, but the idea is all the work that it was able to do without you having to provide context. This was just a very simple sentence. What if the context you need isn't inside of your repo yet? Well, I will show you something very cool you can do with MCP. If you haven't used Cursor before, under Settings, Tools, MCP, this is where you can configure your MCP servers. And I have one MCP server configured, which is Zapier. And Zapier actually enables me to connect with over 8,000 different integrations. And I have currently 9 tools enabled. Tools enable me to read and write email, read and write Google documents, that sort of thing right now. And so let me pop over to Zapier and I'll show you how this is managed. This is mcp.zapier.com, and you will see all the tools that I currently have managed. And so these are all the ones that are accessible. You can go click through and read more details about them. And really, you can connect any of our 8,000 plus integrations. So let's go ahead and connect Glean. Glean is a search over knowledge tool. Connects your entire company knowledge to search. So I'm going to go ahead and add the search one. Hit connect. And now you will see Glean shows up here. Search is now a tool. If we hop back to Cursor settings, if you remember, we had 9 tools enabled. And the way to get it to refresh is you just turn it off and on again. And now we have 10 tools enabled. And you'll see that, where is it? Glean is right here. So now let's go do a quick demo of what this looks like. Use Glean to find best practices for writing interview questions at Zapier. Now, the interesting thing you'll see here is that it went into the Glean search and it also explored 2 of the files where I had interview notes inside of this. And it looked at some of the principles I've used to write interview questions. And so it comes out with some core principles. Then I can go and say, let's save these principles to a markdown file in our hiring folder. And now these best practices are going to get saved into our knowledge. The real advantage of Cursor isn't just that it's an AI-powered code editor. The real power is its robust context management. Any context you can express as text instantly becomes accessible and actionable. This isn't just for software. It's how you make your work AI accelerated and shared with your whole team. So here's the action. Start by putting a single README into a Git repo, describing your team or a process, and then add a clear cursor rule that describes how you want the agent to work as your team's co-pilot. Share it with your team and start contributing to it. Watch how fast shared context makes your team faster and smarter. Look, Cursor is just one option. There's many tools you could go use to make this work. Once you've built your foundation with a shared AI accessible context, now the boundaries between roles begin to blur. Let me talk about what that means. AI is blurring the lines between roles, and that's making some people uncomfortable. And here's what I've noticed. Becoming an expert is still, honestly, very challenging. But becoming capable, well, that has never been easier. Yet our systems enforce handoffs when no handoff is needed. Our processes were designed for a world where only specialists could do specialist work. Let me give you a test. Answer this honestly. Let's say a non-engineer at your company, someone who's never written a line of code, spots a typo in your software, 3 words on a button, and they want to fix it themselves. How long would that take? What barriers would they hit? How many people would need to be involved? Many companies, that would be days, multiple people, and a lot of approvals. Here's the uncomfortable truth. The harder it is for a non-engineer, the harder it's going to be for AI to transform how you actually deliver products. Because the barriers you built to protect against non-engineers shipping code, well, those are the same barriers that block AI from having real impact. Think about it this way. If you're worried about non-engineers shipping code, well, you should equally be worried about AI shipping code. Both need the same guardrails. Both expose the same process gaps. Here's what's starting to happen at Zapier. Our designers are prototyping working code sometimes faster than designing files in Figma. They're using tools like Cursor or Claude Code to create working prototypes that are far more robust than a static design. What does that tell you? That the boundaries between roles are dissolving, whether we're ready for it or not. So the question isn't, should we let non-engineers ship code? The question is, what systems do we need so that when capable people or AI want to contribute, they can do it safely? Here's the task for you this week. Find your easiest engineering task. Make it doable by a motivated non-engineer with maybe AI assistance. And if you can't, or if that's too hard, well, I think you found your bottleneck. The reality is this. What's hard for entry-level engineers is also going to be hard for AI. If we fix one, we fix both. Let's talk about how we interact with AI today. The dominant pattern, of course, is chat. I ask, AI responds. I ask again, AI responds again. Chat is reactive. But humans aren't purely reactive. We exert our will into the world. We are proactive. We see a problem, we fix it. We don't need to be asked. We notice a pattern, we act on it. So here's the question. How do we make AI more proactive? And for that, we need triggers. Triggers are something we can listen for and then go and wake up our agent and give it a job. So that could be a new merge request gets opened. A Slack conversation gets React G'd. A support ticket comes in. A user interview finishes recording. The AI doesn't wait for you to ask. It just does the work. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. All right, let's create an agent that is going to work on our behalf, even when we're not at the keyboard. So the very first thing we need is a trigger. When should this agent work for us? And what we want to select here is Slack. So we have a Slack trigger when a new message is posted to a channel, and we're going to choose internal product feedback. And we're going to go ahead and hit save. So now this agent will wake up and do some work for us every single time a new Slack message is posted to that channel. So here's some basic instructions we could have it follow. Prioritize the feedback according to our company's strategy and send me an email with the following estimates. And if we want it to send an email, then we need to give it access to a tool. So let's go ahead and give it access to a tool. So to do that, you can hit just / and then add a tool. And we're going to go ahead and choose Gmail. And we're going to have it send an email to me. And you can have AI just guess all of the fields for that particular tool, or you can hit the little gear here. And I always want the email to be sent to me, so I don't want AI to guess that. So I will just enter my email address here. And now AI will guess all of the other fields, but it won't guess that one. So it is going to read a Slack message. It is going to prioritize according to this. The thing that it is missing right now is our knowledge. So let's go ahead and upload a knowledge source. We are going to upload a file. Going to upload the company strategy. Add to knowledge source. All right, now that I have turned it on and we've let it run for a bit, I've submitted a sample feature request here. We can pop over and we can see what that agent did on our behalf. So it saw the Slack message, it analyzed our company strategy, it analyzed the report, and then it sent me an email. And we can go here and see everything that it sent me in the email. And I will pop over and show you what that email looks like. All right, so we have the email. It has done the analysis. It's given me a description of the feature. It's categorized it based on reach, impact, and strategic alignment, and gave me some notes for why. So that agent is now running in the background, and as I have either more instructions I want to give it or more context I want to give it, I can just keep adding to it as I go. You saw earlier how MCP brings context into wherever you're working. Well, agents flip the script. Instead of you working in an environment with AI, the AI is working in your environment for you. Here's what makes this possible: context, triggers, and action. The AI has context about your work, it watches for triggers, and then it goes and takes action. This is where context as code really pays off. When your processes and knowledge are structured and accessible, whether that's in Git repos or connected through MCP, AI can act on them proactively. Your task this week: and identify one task this week, something manual that happens after maybe every meeting or every milestone, and automate it. That's your entry point into proactive AI. Let me bring this home for you. We're all context engineers. The question is, are you context engineering as individuals or as a team? Individual AI adoption gives you individual gains. Your developers may be 2 times faster. That's great. But your company isn't necessarily 2 times faster. You know why? Because all those handoffs between roles, those are context bleeding points. Every time work moves between people, context gets lost, decisions get relitigated, and speed evaporates. How can we remove those? Team context engineering gives you real transformation. That's when your entire team shares context. When it's version controlled, AI accessible, and actionable, that's when the real compounding effects of AI happen. So here's what we talked about today. Think about your business like it's code. Put your processes, knowledge, decisions into Git. Use tools like Cursor and Zapier for MCP to make sure context is being shared across your entire team. Second, blur the boundaries. The barriers that keep non-engineers from shipping code also keep AI from transforming your velocity. So go fix that onboarding problem and you'll fix your AI problem. Third, make AI proactive, not just reactive. Give it context, triggers, and the ability to take action. Let it work while you're away from the keyboard. 3 concrete things you can do this week. First, create a Git repo that can be used as your team copilot. Second, think about that engineering task that anybody should be able to do and remove one bottleneck that will make it easier for a non-engineer to complete it. Third, set up an agent that does something for you without you asking. Look, you may not transform your entire company overnight, but you will start seeing what's possible when context engineering becomes a team sport. Again, the biggest productivity gains from AI don't come from individuals just using AI better. They come when the entire team shares context and eliminates handoffs. If you want to connect, you can find me on LinkedIn and X. These are my socials. You can also reach me at chris.gagan@zapier.com, and I would be happy to continue the conversation there. This has been a lot of fun for me. I hope you learned something. Reach out if you have any questions, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your GitKon. Take care and have a great rest of your day.
That was a fantastic keynote from Chris and really sets the tone for the rest of the day. Next up, our very own Justin Roberts will give us a glimpse into the future of GitKraken AI and show us what we're building and what we're not.
Hello, everyone. I'm Justin Roberts, and I'm a product director at GitKraken, leading products and features that leverage AI to improve developer workflows. Now, I want to be clear up front, we are not building AI to generate code. There are plenty of great tools doing that already. What we're focused on is something different, and honestly, something we think is more urgent, helping you manage the aftermath of all of that AI-generated code. The organizing, the documenting, the reviewing, the merging, the stuff that's become a bottleneck now that you're shipping code faster than ever. This is about the choices we've made building AI features for GitKraken and GitLens, what we've built, what we've deliberately not built, and where we're headed next. Let me paint you a picture of a Tuesday afternoon that probably sounds familiar. You've been in flow state for the last 2 hours. Maybe you've been pairing with Claude or Copilot. Maybe it's all you. Either way, you've made incredible progress. AI helped you generate a new feature, refactor some legacy code, and add tests. You're crushing it. Then you look at your working directory. 23 files changed, 1,200 lines added, and now you need to organize this into commits, write commit messages, and open a pull request. Or here's another one. You're reviewing a PR from your teammate. It's 47 files and the description just says updates, and you have no idea where to even start. If either of these scenarios has happened to you in the last month, you're not alone. This is the reality of development in 2025, and it will surely be the reality in 2026. Here is what we are seeing. AI is spectacularly good at generating code, but it has created a new problem, the aftermath. You're generating more code faster than ever before, which means more commits to organize, more PRs to review, more merge conflicts to resolve, and more documentation to write. The volume has exploded, but the tedious work of managing all that code is still on you. For over a decade, GitKraken and GitLens have built around the core principle, making complexities of working with Git intuitive. We've done this through visual interactive interfaces that help you build a mental model of your repository, seeing what changed, when it changed, and how it all connects. But here's the thing, that mission didn't stop being relevant when AI showed up. If anything, it became more important. Think about it. If Git was complex when you were handcrafting every line of code, what is it now when you're generating hundreds of lines at a time, when your team is shipping 3 times the code with the same number of developers, and when every PR is bigger, every merge conflict is more tangled, and every code review is more overwhelming? We think that AI should extend our capabilities to make Git intuitive and not replace them. We're not trying to become another AI code generator. We're not adding AI because it's trendy. We're using it to solve the new friction that AI has created and the old friction that's always been there. Before I get into what we've shipped, let me be clear about what you won't see from us. We're not building another code generator. The world doesn't need GitKraken to generate code. Claude, Copilot, Cursor, they're doing that exceptionally well. That's not our lane. We're not adding AI for AI's sake. We're not going to throw AI powered in front of every button just to check a marketing box. Every feature we ship has to reduce friction and not create it. We're not removing developer agency. You'll notice this as we go through what we've built. We don't auto-commit things without showing you. We don't make decisions for you. We give you intelligent defaults that you can override, modify, or ignore entirely. So what are we building? We're building AI that helps you manage the volume, organize the chaos, document the work, make it easier for your team to review and ship code. We're focused on 3 core areas. Reducing the tedium of Git operations, things like commit messages, PR descriptions, change logs, the stuff that takes time but doesn't require deep thought. adding clarity to complex repositories by helping you understand what changed, why it changed, and how to find what you need in a sea of commits. And easing the review burden, making it easier and faster for reviewers to understand PRs and for you to prepare code that's actually review ready. Let me walk you through how this philosophy is played out in practice as we focus on 5 major problems in developer workflows. Problem 1, the documentation tax. Every time you commit code, you're supposed to write clear, descriptive commit message. Every time you open a PR, you're supposed to write a detailed description. Every release, you need a changelog. This is important work, but it's tedious work. And when AI is generating code for you at 10 times the speed, the documentation burden becomes crushing. This is where we started with commit message generation way back in March of 2023. It was our first AI feature, and honestly, it was the most obvious use case. You have a diff, AI can describe the diff, done. But we learned something important from that first iteration. Developers still needed control. They needed to be able to edit the message, choose the style, and decide whether to use it at all. So we've spent 2 years refining this, adding support for multiple models, letting you bring your own API key, giving you more control over the output. We extended this thinking to PR descriptions and changelogs, all with the same principle. AI can analyze the changes and generate the documentation. You review it, refine it, and ship it. The result is that developers spend less time writing documentation and reviewers get better context. Second problem is the atomic commit problem. The situation is you're deep in flow state. You're solving problems, code is flowing, maybe AI is helping, maybe it's all you, doesn't matter. What matters is you're making progress. But here's the problem. Git wants you to organize your work into logical atomic commits with clear messages as you go. And we found that developers basically fall into 3 camps on how they deal with this. Camp 1, I'll commit later. You stay in flow, don't commit anything, and then hours later, you're staring at 15 files with 800 additions. Now you need to mentally reconstruct what you did, break it into logical chunks, and write messages for all of it. This takes a ton of time on the back end. Camp 2 is frequent save points. You commit constantly with messages like whip, or fix as lint, or just save. It keeps your work safe, but now you've got a commit history that's useless. Before you can open a PR, you need to do complex Git gymnastics like interactive rebase, squashing, rewriting messages. It's tedious. In Camp 3, we have this disciplined and methodical approach. You plan your approach carefully, you work systematically, committing each logical piece with a detailed message as you complete it. It sounds great in theory, but in practice, it's exhausting. The cognitive load of staying organized while solving problems is real. And even when you try, you still end up writing code out of order. You forget something you need to fix a bug. You realize you need to refactor first. You still end up doing complex Git work to tell a clean commit story. None of these approaches are wrong, but they all share the same problem. Organizing your work into clean, reviewable commits is tedious, time-consuming, and pulls you out of the thing you actually want to be doing, which is solving problems with code. This is where Commit Composer came in. It's one of the features I'm most proud of because it fundamentally improves developer workflows. Here's how it works. You keep working however you want. Don't think about commits, you just code. When you're ready, you hand the entire diff to Commit Composer and say, organize this. AI analyzes all the changes, breaks them into logical atomic commits. Each one has a clear message. Each one groups related changes. You get a preview, you can modify the structure, and then you commit it all at once. What's powerful about this isn't just the time savings, it's that it raises the quality bar. Your commits are more reviewable, your history is cleaner, and you didn't have to stop and think about writing commit messages while you were in flow state. We shipped a really early version in this of Commit Composer in GitLens. It was very functional, but had very minimal UI. Then we rebuilt it into GitKraken Desktop with our visual interactive rebase UI so you could see and modify the structure before committing. And then ultimately, we brought that full UI back into GitLens with even more control, allowing you to select your model, set custom instructions, and even edit the message. Each iteration gave developers more agency. We're not done here. I'll talk more about where Commit Composer is headed later in the talk, but this is just the beginning of what's possible. The third problem is understanding complex changes. Let's say you're looking at a commit from 3 months ago, or a branch your teammate pushed yesterday, or a stash you made last week, and you have no idea what's actually in there. You can look at the diff, sure, but for large changes, parsing the diff is cognitive overhead you don't need. We added the ability to explain commits, branches, working directories, stashes, basically any set of changes in your repository. You select it, you ask AI to explain it, and you get a clear summary of what changed and why. It sounds simple, but it's been huge for understanding legacy code, onboarding new team members, and just quickly triaging what actually changed in a branch before you pull it down. We also built natural language search into GitLens, so you can search for things like commits that changed authentication in the last 2 weeks without needing to remember a really complex query syntax. AI translate your intent into a query and displays the results in the commit graph. Again, we're reducing friction and making Git more intuitive. The fourth problem, and a huge problem for everyone, is merge conflicts. AI generates more code. More code means more branches. More branches means more merge conflicts. Merge conflicts are one of those Git problems that has existed forever, but when you're generating more code with AI, you're also creating more branches, shipping faster, and having more developers working in parallel. When there's more volume, more velocity, there are likely to be more conflicts. In June, we added AI conflict resolution to GitKraken Desktop's merge tool. And here's how that works. When you hit a conflict, AI can analyze both sides and suggest a resolution. But, and this is critical, it doesn't just resolve it blindly. It gives you a summary of each decision it made and a confidence score for the resolution. If there's low confidence, you probably want to review it a little more closely. If there's high confidence, you can probably trust it and just move on. This is a perfect example of AI augmenting developer judgment and not replacing it. The fifth problem is AI in your existing workflow. All of the features that I just described live inside GitKraken and GitLens, but what about the AI assistant you're already using? Cursor, Copilot, Claude in your IDE. You're already having conversations with AI about your code, but wouldn't it be easier if that AI could also access your Git context? In September, we launched the GitKraken MCP, and this was a huge milestone for us. MCP brings Git functionality directly into your AI assistant, so you can ask Claude or Copilot in your IDE to show me recent commits on this branch, or explain what changed in the last week, and it has the context to answer. But we went further with our MCP. GitKraken accounts include integrations with GitHub, GitLab, Jira, Linear, Azure DevOps, and more. With MCP, your AI assistant can query those integrations too. You can ask what Jira issues are assigned to me and get an answer that pulls from Jira or Linear all through one GitKraken account. This is about meeting developers where they are already working, not making them context switch to another tool. You'll notice a pattern in everything that I just described. We're not generating code, we're not making decisions without showing you, and we're not adding complexity. What we're doing is taking the tedious parts of Git, the parts that slow you down, and make them faster, clearer, and less painful. We're also building for a future where code volume keeps increasing, because that's the trajectory we're on. And if we don't solve the organizational and review problems now, the burden will become crushing. So where are we going from here? Let me give you a preview of what we're working on now. Agent-driven workflows. We're expanding MCP to handle more complex workflows. Imagine you're assigned an issue. You tell your AI assistant, start work on issue number 237. The agent can fetch the latest branch from main, create a feature branch, create and check out a work tree, pull in the issue description and acceptance criteria, set up your workspace in a new VS Code window, and then guide an agent to start working on a solution. Later, you need to review someone else's PR and you say, get me ready to review PR number 45. The agent stashes your current work, checks out the PR branch in a work tree, pulls in the context from the PR and any linked issues, sets up your workspace in a new VS Code window, opens all the relevant files, and starts reviewing with an agent. When you're done with all that, you say, go back to my work, and you're right back to where you started. This isn't science fiction. This is what we're building right now. We're also building tighter integration between AI chat and visual tools. GitKraken MCP brought Git context into AI assistants, but we also want to bring AI assistant context into GitKraken and GitLens. Imagine you're chatting with Claude about a refactor. Mid-conversation, you say, show me this in the commit graph, and boom, you're looking at a visual timeline of the changes with the ability to drill in, compare branches, and see the full history. This is about creating seamless transitions between conversation with AI and visualization in our tools. Because sometimes you need AI to explain something, and sometimes you actually need to see it. We're building review tools for the AI era. Code review is getting harder, PRs are bigger, changes are more frequent, reviewers are drowning. We're building new tools, both in MCP and in GitKraken and GitLens, that help reviewers triage, understand, and provide feedback faster. Think AI-generated summaries, smart highlighting of risky changes, better ways to test changes without checking out branches. The goal is to make reviews faster and better, not just faster. We're also building tools to track work across AI threads. Here's a problem we're already seeing and experiencing ourselves. As you use AI more, you have multiple conversations happening simultaneously. One with Claude about a refactor, another with Copilot about a bug fix, and maybe a third about some tests. Right now, those threads are isolated. You lose track of which conversation led to which commit. Teams can't see how effective AI is at helping you ship code. We're building tools to track all of this, tying AI conversations back to the commits and branches that they generate. This helps you stay organized. It helps your team measure AI's impact on velocity and developer experience. We're really excited about it. We're also continuing to evolve Commit Composer. Commit Composer is just the beginning. Beyond just organizing commits, we're evolving Commit Composer to help you compose logical branches and pull requests. Imagine working for a whole week and then saying, organize all of this into 3 PRs with clear commits and descriptions and branch names. That is where we're headed with Commit Composer. We'll continue to give developers more control and more customization. Commit message generation will get more configurable. You'll define the style, the format, the level of detail. Same with PR descriptions, changelogs, and all of it. Because the best AI tools aren't the ones that force you into a single workflow, they're the ones that adapt to your workflow. Here's what I want to take away from all this. AI is changing how we write code, but it's also creating new problems, more volume, more complexity, more burden. At GitKraken, we're not trying to be the tool that writes your code. We're the tool that helps you manage your code, organize it, document it, review it, ship it. We're using AI to extend what we've always done, make Git more intuitive, but for a world where the volume and pace are accelerating. And we're doing it in a way that gives you the right level of control. AI should absolutely automate the tedious stuff. That's the point. But for decisions that matter, you should always have visibility, agency, and the ability to override. If you're using GitKraken or GitLens, try some of these features. Let us know what works, what doesn't, and what you wish existed. If you're not using them yet, now's a great time to start. We're building for the future of development, and we'd love to have you along for the ride. Thank you.
I'm so excited by what we're working on behind the scenes here at GitKraken, and I hope you're looking forward to what we roll out as much as I am. Continuing the GitKraken train, we have Eric Amodio, our CTO and original author of GitLens, here to explain in depth about our MCP server and why MCP servers like ours are important for enhancing LLMs by giving them the power to become agents.
Welcome everyone to GitKon 2025. Today we're diving into a topic that's quickly becoming one of the most important shifts in developer tooling, the rise of MCPs and what happens when AI is given real Git and repo context. I'm joined by someone who needs no introduction into the Git world, Eric Amodio. How you doing, Eric?
Great, Melise. Happy to be here.
Thank you. We're happy you're here too. If you don't know, Eric is the creator of GitLens and CTO of GitKraken. He's been at the center of how GitKraken has approached AI and has played a major role in the direction and evolution of GitKraken MCP, which is our approach to bringing Git intelligence directly into AI agents and IDEs. During this session, we'll break down how GitKraken MCP works today, how it removes real Git pain without messing with the fundamentals of Git, and where MCP is headed as a foundational layer in the future of developer tools. So let's get into it. Welcome again, Eric. Thanks for joining us today. For the people hearing about MCP for the first time, how do you explain what the Model Context Protocol actually is and why it matters?
Yeah, so, MCP, yes, it's yet another dev acronym buzzword. The value here in MCP is not necessarily this particular protocol, but some of its value is really that it's become standard and adopted by all the sort of tools, dev tools and AI players. So that's really what makes it really important. But the capabilities is the real magic, what it provides. And so like MCP is kind of described as USB for AI. So just like you can sort of plug all these different devices into your computer, and as long as they talk USB, your computer they access them, gets all these new capabilities. Well, MCP is kind of the same exact thing for AI. So you can plug into your AI agent or your model and get these new capabilities that aren't built by Anthropic or OpenAI, or they're built by everyone else, and to give the capabilities there. So it's really about providing those capabilities and letting these agents do a lot more than they would be capable of otherwise. And again, whether it's the same acronym, this capability is really important because it really just exposes that. And another way of thinking of it is as developers, we're know about CLIs, and we can pull down different CLIs to give us access to do different things, different tools. And so MCP is also can be described as a CLI designed for agents, right? It gives these capabilities and wraps it up. And so you can have low order tools or higher order tools as well.
That brings me to another question then, what makes Git intelligence so important for AI agents? Why can't they just kind of guess from the context they already have?
From looking at the file system or just looking at the code, right? It tells you sort of what's there, and so that's the content, but you don't really know the intent behind it. And so Git, not only allows you to know, hopefully why it's there if you've written good commit messages, and how it got there, who did it, when did they do it, what other changes happened around those times. So it gives you this additional context to build up this wealth. And so, it's also a layered context, right? You can see how things have changed over time, and, problems that existed before got fixed, and, you can easily not repeat history. And then just bringing some more of that in, of just trying to, track down where things were introduced, what point in time that happened, it becomes really valuable. It's to give the agent the same powers that, a senior dev would take if they're going and trying to investigate a problem, go through history. Why is this code the way it is? Just looking at why it is doesn't necessarily, unless someone wrote really good comments around it, doesn't tell us why it's like that.
In your view, then, what's the biggest kind of Git pain that can be solved, with GitKraken MCP? What is it kind of helping eliminate right now?
Yeah, so right now is an important context. We have a lot of where we want to go with it. Right now it's not, it's not real. It's not the realization of our vision. But right now, I think one of the biggest things that it does help is to, sort of gives the Git tools a little bit more access to dive through that history with explicit tools. They can figure it out themselves, but now we sort of provide examples so they don't have to know the right Git incantation to get that context. And one of the biggest pain points that sort of we eliminate, at least right now, is probably the creation of PRs. The whole workflow. So creation of that branch, the agent goes and makes its changes, can push it, commit, push it, and create that PR all, sort of by itself. And by itself is with prompts and other things of making sure you want those things to happen. But those are probably some of the biggest things we solve right now. Back up a little bit of what we were trying to do when we set out to create the MCP, because that'll give you a bit of context of how we can piece them together. And so one of the goals out of the outset were to put better accuracy and safety on the Git operations. So letting the model know how to call specific things and call it in very specific ways. And then if there's going to be destructive operations or stuff that has a chance of losing data, changing things, that it's safe, right? We'll prompt you to make sure so that you're not just giving it sort of full access to Git, where it can do lots of damaging things if it wants to, or gets confused and runs the wrong command. And then the other one was this aggregated context. So through the GitKraken ecosystem, right? We have connections to, you set up different connections to all your different integrations, whether that's to, Jira, to GitHub, to Bitbucket, to Linear, we have all these different connections to access that. So then we can sort of aggregate that. So you don't need to install 12 different MCPs to get access to that data. You can just say, okay, for this repository, what is it connected to? So the aggregated context, and the one that is nearer and dearer to me is leveraging work trees. We do have tools that do that, but the agents, we haven't done enough yet to allow the agents to really understand what a work tree is and how to work with it, because they still get confused on, if you created a new work tree, it still tries to write stuff to the original folder. It doesn't realize you've switched into a new context. And so we're still teaching it a little bit more about that. But that is one area that we're working on much more deeply. But yeah, that's one thing that's the ultimate thing, is be able to start from, what issues are most critical for me to solve right now, grab that issue. The agent says, okay, here's your list. Okay, yeah, pick issue 1. Let's go do that. Create a new branch, or, ideally create a work tree on that. Go and solve that problem. Go and code it up. Go and break that down, into a series of commits that make logical sense and have a progression. Push it up, push up the branch and open the PR, right? That would be the ultimate workflow. Now, that fully autonomous is, yes, it could happen, but it's extremely rare. But be able to have that workflow. So as you may say the agents start work, it goes in, creates the work tree, creates the branch, creates that whole thing, starts doing the first set of coding, and then you're going to continue iterating with that agent for a while on, solving the problem, that sort of thing, and you've got the problem solved. Then it's okay, time to commit. Well, instead of just grabbing the entire diff as one commit, let's break it up into individual commits that make sense. And so leveraging the agent to do that, and then go through the push and create the PR. And you may actually even want to get to the point of, logically this should be many commits, but it may also should be many PRs, because this set of changes should be one PR and another one stacked on top of that. So we're exploring that. We've introduced Commit Composer into our UI tools. We'll be bringing that to MCP in the future as well.
And for those that don't know, could you elaborate a little bit more on the Commit Composer too?
What it is you can just, open up Commit Composer to either, a set of working in progress changes, or a set of work in progress changes in some commits, or just, hey, I've been working on this branch for a while. I've made a whole bunch of commits and I just want them to be reorganized. And so, right now you can open that UI, call to, there's a button to say, recompose with AI. You can provide a specific prompt, how you want this, this particular instance to be reorganized if there's something special. And then, we'll go through and sort of suggest a new series of commits to break that into, and you can go and explore the diffs of each change. And, this is also, there was actually a question from, users of how do we make sure that this is verifiable, right? How do we make sure that the AI didn't lose changes? Basically, we know exactly the diff that it has to be at the end, right? And so we can just say that, okay, all the changes in here, after the AI reorganizes it, we can validate that the ultimate diff after all of that is identical to what it was before. So that, it's statically verifiable that you had the same as you did, had before, but they're just in different structure, order of getting there. So that allows us to, make sure that not a single change was lost in the process. So yeah, and it will be bringing that same sort of thing to MCP in the future as well.
That's crazy. So I've used Commit Composer a couple times on some of my projects and stuff, and it's very impressive. I can't even imagine giving that to MCP and letting it run with it. But I think the question on a lot of developers' minds too is when we're using AI tools, when we're using things inside of IDEs, right? I myself even worry about this too, but a lot of developers worry about AI touching the Git history, and how do we think about kind of safety guardrails and things when we were designing MCP at GitKraken?
Yeah, that's one thing where we are looking at ways of there's not touching the history is one thing. I mean, not letting it commit without your approval is an option. But you're going to limit the capabilities of that agent. Now, you may want to let it go wild on committing on your local, but not what you push. And so there could be a serious gate on being able to push that, so that way you could always redo your local, squash things, or use Commit Composer to recompose it in a different way, to restructure it. Because we're really looking at multiple different facets of how do we not only snapshot things during the flow of the agent so that you can easily go back, but have more commits there so that it is easy to replay to a particular point, and then be able to at the end just squash them, recompose them into a new meaningful set of changes. But while you're in the fray of exploration, we snapshot a lot. So yeah, you may create a whole lot of noisy commits, but then at the end, once you're ready, once the code has gotten to the point of things work, okay, let's just recompose it all, and you as the user don't have to go through in this complicated rebase, right? You can just click one recompose and redo it all together for you. We're also looking at one thing we want to get in is on that safety aspect. Is when a particular operation is going to be run that has a destructive nature, and we currently will prompt and not let that happen until you agree. But even more than that, you may want to look at taking certain snapshots, so that even if you did agree, or you ultimately set the agent into YOLO mode, you can still find a way of backing out. These are some of the things that have happened. I mean, and a lot of things in Git are already, you can back them out just by digging through the ref log. But is there a way of making that more accessible so you can sort of see the changes that have happened there, so that you can not lose changes? Now, also, lots of changes can happen to your working directory, and those aren't, saved by Git. So, will we stash things or take snapshots through that to make sure that you don't lose changes through that process? So those are things we're also exploring.
Zooming out into the broader dev ecosystem, there's a lot going on with IDEs, agents. I know Google had just dropped a new IDE, which was anti-gravity. We've got Cursor. So where do you think MCP adoption is right now across tools and IDEs? Is it early? Is it mid? Is it accelerating? Kind of what's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, MCP is kind of, it's been crazy, the growth the growth trajectory there. It's I've never seen anything get proposed as a standard and adopted so widely in such a narrow band of time. It's kind of crazy, but it's awesome that it is this open standard, open protocol that all the players have adopted, right? Every major AI company has adopted MCP to support in their models for tool use, and then all the IDEs, the CLI tools have almost all adopted MCP as well. Now there are varying degrees of how much of the MCP spec they fully implement, and that does create certain challenges. There are more advanced bits of MCP, and it is a continuously evolving spec. There's a new proposed spec came out in November, and we'll see how how quickly that gets adopted. But one thing is this protocol, this spec is a core way of how they expand what these tools can do. So in a lot of ways, it is in everyone's best interest to adopt the latest version of the standards as quickly as possible, because otherwise they get left behind on what their tool can't do and another tool can. So we are getting sort of that natural push for adoption. But it is it's been great to see I mean, there's an explosion of everything's in MCP. And that, you'll kind of get some consolidation. I mean, and we're doing some level of consolidation for the things that we find valuable and that are accessible. You don't, it depends on your workflows, but if you're really from the developer point of view, if you're working with Jira and Linear and these sort of things, you may not need those other MCPs unless you're doing richer things to dive more deeply into, the capabilities of their platform. But if you're mainly just looking at dealing with issues, solving them, that sort of stuff. We're trying to cover the bases there so that the agents can follow those more easily. They don't need to know if they're talking to Jira or Linear or anything. It's about getting an issue to work on, getting context around it, solving it, closing it, that sort of stuff.
Right. That kind of goes back to your analogy of the USBs, right? We have USB-A, USB-C, like all kinds of variations of it now. But it started with that essential USB, port to begin with. So moving on, the future kind of developer tools in general, if you look 12 to 24 months ahead, what new developer workflows become possible because of MCP and even GitKraken MCP?
Yeah, I mean, I think you get an additional level of like this autonomous nature, right? These more agentic workflows for, so things that can clean up after, you go and run and, go and clean up all your stale branches after you've pushed something. You have things, or, make sure that these changes, didn't break the build and, auto heal CI, or, look at things that have come in from, like Sentry or your, error monitoring or performance monitoring, right? So you can have all tools that can provide ways of it going and reading that data and then going to the code base and looking at, okay, well, this is the snapshot in history before, this is everything that changed since that change went out. We know that this bug got introduced in that. Go look at the code, and then, agents can go and try to suggest changes autonomously on how to fix and resolve that issue. And, can just go and like, open a PR that this should fix the thing that we're seeing in production without any human interaction at the early stage. And then you're just at the review that, you can just naturally fix that, or, performance, things are introduced as part of that deployment, right? Like it can go and look at the snapshot of where those things, so it's going to use tools to go and get like, where the history was for the deployment. So it may look at GitHub Action stuff and then go and get information from your APM. And, so it's leveraging these tools to piece together to do more autonomous workflows, or they could be run locally on your machine. There's others, those are sort of like, things will they're possible today, but you can, you got to build a lot of the infrastructure to go make that happen. I think where I hope MCP sort of evolves into too is to sort of expand into more of these agentic workflows in itself. So like a single tool can do more, right? Like today, a single tool has sort of a limited context of what it can do, and what is provided. And, it can't run for, there are some things for long running tools, but it's not fully adopted and be able to do that. But I would like to see, MCP sort of expand into like the A to A, which is another protocol that was around the same time that is more about the higher order of like how do agents talk to one another. And so MCP was more lower level. MCPs continually come up, and I just want to see it, absorb that to, expand out. So it's like, you could have your low level tools, but you can have your higher order tools that, do more things and also allow tools to interface back with the chat. Technically, that's possible with some of the things in MCP, though a lot of the MCP tools, even like Claude Code itself, doesn't implement some of the MCP spec that allows that to happen. But be able to I have a tool and I'm going and collecting certain data, because you asked me to do a certain operation, and I've got the data and I want to ask the model to do a little other work and then I need to do more work on that, and then I return, because the tool that was something richer. Let's just sake of argument say it was a commit composer tool, right? Go and compose my commits and that sort of thing. So maybe we get a tool to that goes and we go and get the diffs. That's fine. But then it's like, okay, well, we've broken it out. This is the way we should break things out. We want to call the model to go and generate commit messages for each one of those things, or how to reorganize it. But we can't really call back into the model easily to do that part of the operation. And then, but once we have that, then we can sort of go out. So those are some of the challenges we have for bringing Commit Composer to MCP. That's why it doesn't exist already. Now, there are ways of kind of getting that to work, and we're exploring that. But I hope that it grows up more there. And then the other one that I really hope MCP expands into is doing richer UIs. I'm going to provide you this data that's fine for the context, but I want to provide a rendering for that data. Like, so like you called out this thing, and I can render this beautiful chart, or I can render a graph of the commits, or, much more rich UIs, or I want to ask certain questions back to you rather than just simple yes, no's. Like, I can provide a richer dialogue that you don't have to answer a series of questions. You can go and customize sort of the responses. And so there's projects like MCP UI that are exploring that, and I'd love to see those sort of things get adopted. And well, you won't see that anytime soon inside the chat panel, but in GitLens, we are looking at connecting the two, right? Like, you can go in your IDE, go and chat through, and then our MCP can directly communicate with GitLens and then show data and provide, like if you wanted to see a visualization of the file history, we can load up the history view. If there's, some search you were trying to find on, particular items in certain commits, we can run that search on the graph and show you that visually. So we will be tying that. It won't be integrated into the chat panel because we don't have any way of injecting that. But those are some things that we will still be providing, with the experience if you have GitLens installed in the MCP.
Wow. Well, there's a lot of exciting things coming down the pipeline with GitKraken MCP and MCP in general. So along those lines, if you could give developers one mindset shift about AI and Git as a whole, what would it be?
I think it's really like the agentic future. As much as I don't like the word agentic, I have to have to concede at this point. It's here. I mean, like it's not going anywhere. And like other tools that have come up in the history of development, right? Those who explore and experiment will really find out how to leverage them to bend them to their will to improve their own workflows. So I would definitely these are not magic, but they still do provide very valuable things. So like explore, experiment, figure that out. And the other core thing is like the playbook here, the workflows of the future are not written, right? We're exploring them, we're building them now. So the more that you explore, the more you experiment, and then provide that feedback back to us, we can build, and I don't mean us just as GitKraken, I mean us in general, building dev tools and all of these things. Like, the more that we can sort of address the issues, improve the experiences to get, to build out those workflows of tomorrow. So yeah, dive in and play. Yeah, I mean, definitely play, definitely play with like leveraging the agents, and yeah, try plugging in different MCP servers to do, provide different value, and see which ones, leverage there. See which ones resonate and provide value of what you're looking for, because there's a lot of really interesting MCP tools out there. There's also just an explosion of MCP tools, so it is a little bit hard to like piece together. But yeah, definitely play around and experiment.
Wow. Well, Eric, thanks for sharing the story and vision behind GitKraken MCP. This is obviously clearly just the beginning of MCP and how it's going to reshape the relationship between AI and developer tooling in the broader spectrum. So thank you very much. And if you guys are interested, make sure you check out GitLens. It's in a lot of IDEs, right, Eric? It's in Cursor. It's in all the IDEs, basically.
All the VS Code forks. So all the AI IDEs, and even like the newest entry from Google, and anti-gravity, were there. So
yeah,
take
and
advantage of
MCP
it.
bundled, right, with GitLens. So
MCP is auto installed, and in the future, in the nearest future, you'll see it even light up even more between the MCP and GitLens directly. So yeah,
nice.
And for people actually playing with our MCP and GitLens in that respect, just feedback is invaluable. So like what workflows are you seeing success with? What workflows you're not seeing success with? Like, what's failing, or what do you wish you were able to do that you can't get to happen? Like, to us, that feedback is highly highly valuable.
Right. We heard it here first, everybody. Go try MCP. Give us the feedback that you got and let us know what you want to see next. So, all right. Eric, thanks so much for your time. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Thanks, GitKon. Thanks, Melise.
It's always a pleasure to hear Eric talk about something he is deeply interested in, and I hope you learned a bit about why MCP servers are so important. AI is cranking out code these days, which makes code review one of the things we spend the most time on. But it's easy to forget that there is a person on the other end of the review process, whether you used AI or not. Shashi Low gives us insights into how we can improve the process to enhance collaboration and reduce fatigue.
Code reviewing. Why even consider code reviewing, right? Like if you are working on your own project or even a small team, hey, like you might be the world's greatest engineers and writing the best code. Like who needs to review it anyways, right? It's gonna work. Works in my local. Code reviewing isn't just a bottleneck to stop you from pushing code to production fast. It's a great way to catch issues, to ensure tests are there, to ensure performance is at its highest standard, and as well as just being able to understand what's going into production. A lot of times we build features, we push it up, and it goes right in, right? And then when issues happen, your teammates have no idea what's happening. But with code reviewing, it allows everyone, or at least the ones that are reviewing it and writing it, to understand what kind of quality is going into your code base, also what features are being developed. And the number one rule about code reviewing, don't take it personal. You know, just because somebody said your code sucks, don't take it so personal. You know, like you can always chat back and communicate and figure out a solution for that comment. Oftentimes comments are negative because it's a stopping ground of ensuring that the code quality is there, right? But I often like to give out some positive comments too, like, hey, great job refactoring this, or this is really cool, I didn't know that you can do it this way, or hey, I learned something from that, you know, your implementation. But again, don't take it personal. Your team is there to review your code to ensure that it's at its highest quality. And sometimes you're committing some code that you're not supposed to, right? When you're commenting out something and your teammate's like, hey, did you mean to comment this out? And you're probably like, no, I didn't. Like, I didn't review what I was pushing up. But thanks for catching that. Awesome. Also, at the same time, as you're, going through, if you have a CI/CD pipeline and your build breaks, the environment's going to break and it's going to tell you that, hey, you are breaking a test. You need to go back and ensure that you update it or write a new test to cover for the changes that you have. Code reviewing is also one of the best ways to improve your coding skills. Why? Here's why. When you're able to review somebody else's code, especially somebody that's a higher level than you, they have just skill sets that are higher, that are different from you, right? Maybe it's the way that they're writing their methods, the way they're naming their variables, or the way they're constructing the feature itself, right? It's probably not the way that you would have done it, but to be the ability to articulate and visually see the changes happen, That's awesome, because then you get to learn some new techniques. You can ask questions. Like, code reviewing isn't just like a way to stop code, it's a way to learn as well. And if you need to set aside some time to learn from that coder, then you should, because this is the best time to learn what's happening and how things are working. Another thing about code reviewing, nitpicky comments versus not nit, right? There's other ways. There's conventional commits, there's conventional comments and everything you can use as well. I like to just use nit and non-nit commits. Nitpicky comments are things that, hey, I'm just calling this out, there's an extra line here, or like this button could definitely use a class name here. You can add certain things here, certain attributes, if you really wanted to clean this up. The same thing with like refactoring code, like everything's time sensitive, right? So sometimes I'll put nitpicky comments saying, hey, if you have time, refactor this. This looks like it's unperformant. And then there's other comments where it's like, hey, you have to do this, right? Where you're writing a method and there's no unit test there. I'm going to write a comment and say, hey, you need to write a test to cover for these changes. At the same time, if there is something that just looks way off from our coding standards, I will call that out and say, hey, like, you need to change this so that it adheres to our coding standards. You don't use the type any. So please find that type and utilize it. If you can't find it, ask me for help. I will come and help you find the correct type that you're using. Certain things like that where comments can go a long way. It's not just like stopping the code from going through, but ensuring that the quality that the team and the individual is putting in is going to meet the standards. Because as soon as you put those comments in and the team adheres to those comments, the next time around, they're going to be writing better code. They're going to be writing code because they don't want you to write any more comments. They want you to just do a let's good to me, right? Push it through, no worries, like get it done fast. So they're going to learn from those comments, they're going to learn from those standards, and your team then is going to adhere to these coding standards and structure that you have set up. I am asked often, how thorough should you code review? Well, I am of the opinion that you should thoroughly review every PR. The reason why is because when there's issues that occur, the individual that makes the changes, yes, they're at fault, but it's also you who reviewed the code and approved it that didn't look at it or test it properly, and it was able to fall through the cracks, right? So when you feel the pain of the issue or the regression, you never want to feel it ever again. Therefore, when I look at code, I look at almost every line of code, every page, every change. And if I don't understand something, I would ask a question. If I understand something and it doesn't look right, I'll ask the question still. If it doesn't adhere to coding standards or doesn't look proper, I will add a comment as well. But if it's something that, it's just of my opinion, then that's a nitpicky comment. I'll just add a nit to it. And those things are not required to be taken care of. But if you want to, or you want to respond back, totally cool. Other than that, code reviewing, you are the last stop before it gets to production. You are the one who makes sure that the standards are met. You are the one who ensures that you approve of the changes going in. If you don't, push back, conversate, have a meaningful conversation about what you're feeling or what you're looking at, so that you can grasp the understanding and have the full confidence of this feature and or this PR that's going through. AI is revolutionizing the industry, and especially for code reviewing. I'm going to show you a few ways that AI has helped me through some code reviews. So let's get right into it. So what we're looking at here is the GitKraken desktop. Of course, I had to include some GitKraken products. So right now we're looking at the Launchpad, and as you can see, I have 2 repos. But I set up a workspace for my Secret Santa app, and I've got a lot of open PRs right now for my team. This is from my Gridiron Survivor team, where these individuals are a bunch of junior developers just trying to break into tech. So I'm just reviewing their code and running this apprenticeship program for them. So what we're going to do here is go into GitHub. I'm going to go into an existing PR that I have that's has these AI tools firing already. So this is going to be a ticket that adds a cancel button to the edit group page. Our Secret Santa app right now doesn't have a cancel button, so you can't cancel. You can exit the page itself or the window, but you can't cancel the form. So this is pretty much just adding that. As you can see up here, there's only 2 files, so it's pretty small. I do have CodeRabbit AI embedded into this repo. CodeRabbit is free for open source repos that are public, which is awesome because it does a pretty good job at providing automated reviews, but they do have a pro version as well if you have some private repos. But let's go down here because CodeRabbit provided some pretty cool details down here. So as we look here, walking through this, you'll see that we have a summary, right, of what has changed. The edit group now includes a close button, X icon in the header, and a cancel button, right? And then these are the changes that occurred to this page. We added an X dismiss, and then also added a cancel to the bottom. Also added some tests as well. But this sequence diagram is very cool. Like CodeRabbit created this all from looking at our code base, looking at the changes. So you can see here, user goes through, right, views the page, and if they decide they can cancel the interaction, it will cancel the whole thing. Also, if they click the X button, right, it will exit the edit group page and take them back to the user profile. So some pretty cool stuff that AI is doing here. Right here is pretty cool too. Estimated code review effort, 20 minutes for these 2 files. But looking at these 2 files, there are a couple methods that are updated and whatnot. Coming down here, you'll see that CodeRabbit has provided some nitpicky comments, as well as some comments that it would like you to take care of. So if I open these nitpicky comments, we can see that it is complaining about some styles for responsiveness and whatnot. Obviously, we will need to test that to ensure it's exactly what we want, but it's pretty cool they can do that. Also coming down here, it's saying that, hey, add Superbase auth mock complete fetch mock data. So the component uses Superbase auth get user to verify ownership on this line, but there's no mock for Superbase client. Additionally, the mock function returns incomplete data that doesn't match the form's expected structure. That is pretty cool. So we're pretty much mocking it, but we're just providing an object with the user and an ID of 1. So it's telling us that that's actually not the correct data that we're trying to mock. So that is pretty nifty. So you can commit these suggestions right here. Right here, if I click on the commit suggestion, it will create a commit and push it to this PR, which is really cool because then you don't have to go back into your IDE or do an edit. If you agree with all these changes, it will just commit it directly into this branch or this PR, and you'll have the changes right away. And if you don't like it, you go just resolve that comment, right? The other AI tool that I wanted to showcase was GitHub Copilot. This is one where you can add Copilot as a reviewer. You can use GitHub Actions to automatically add Copilot as a reviewer as well. In this repo, I decided not to, because that way we don't have to always, we don't always need it if it's just 1 or 2 files. But in this demo, I wanted to enable it and show you how it works. So as we scroll down to the bottom here, you can see I added Copilot as a reviewer. Now it's just going to take its precious time to review this code. Great, now that Copilot has finished reviewing this PR, let's look at the difference between Copilot and CodeRabbit. Yes, you can have both of them in your repo reviewing code. I mean, it may duplicate the comments that it's asking, but it is pretty cool that you have the option to do one or the other, or even some other third-party vendors as well. But these are only 2 that I have to show for today. As you can see here, this is like adding a cancel button, right, to add matching UX improvements and create a group, and attach the ticket number as well. And so now it looks like, actually, then it goes back to the dashboard. So key changes, right? Again, it knows it's adding an X to the corner and cancel button to the form, and then these are files that are changed, and here's some description as well on each item. And then this is really cool, it went into the file itself and added some comments, just like CodeRabbit. It's complaining about some specifics, but it goes into more detail here. The container uses uses conflicting space utilities, and it's overwritten by this. So it's pretty much saying like, hey, like you're using something that's being overwritten. Like, are you sure you want to do that? Like, it's kind of redundant, or it's not even useful at all. Also here, this file was caught. We enforced that you have to have this copyright for our linting rules, and Copilot caught that. And so we can implement these suggestions right away, just like earlier. I am going to implement them, and I'm going to tell Copilot to do that for me. Open a new PR and apply the changes on this feedback. And then now I am going to continue to go down, calendar X, right? So this provided a little bit more detail. And down here as well, the X lacks accessibility label for screen readers. That's pretty cool. So adding an ARIA label to the button and to component would be great. And so now you see here, like I clicked that, I told Copilot to create a new PR, and it did. And open a new PR request and to work on these changes. Once pull request is ready, I'll request review from you. So Copilot is doing that work for me. Like, it's implementing what has been suggested. So utilizing AI to review is awesome, but the cool thing about both of these, they can be customizable. Copilot has instructions that you can feed it so that you can tweak the way that it reviews your code. That way it can review code the way that you want it to, giving it standards, giving it structure, adhering to your coding standards, as well as test suites, right? Understanding when to test, what to test, and what not. Copilot has the ability to do that as well. Please take what you've learned to help your teammates and individuals become better coders, because we all know we're not the best and we need somebody to double check our work. But please code responsibly and make sure it looks good to me. Thank you.
Over the last few releases, we've been quietly building something clever into GitKraken. AI with context, not just guesses. GitKraken AI is ready to tackle your most annoying coding chore, merge conflicts. Next time you hit a conflict, click into the file like usual, but now you'll see a shiny new button, Auto Resolve with AI, and boom. Just one click and GitKraken will suggest a context-aware resolution and explain what it's doing. Each conflict gets an explanation along with a confidence level for that hunk of conflicted code. And yes, you still run the show. Tweak the AI's work by rewriting the output, or use the confidence level to decide what needs more attention. So merge with confidence and download GitKraken Desktop today.
Thanks, Shashi. That was a great reminder that it's not just about being a better reviewer, but also about being better at receiving reviews, something I still need to work on sometimes. But coming up next, we have something slightly different from the standard conference talk. We have a packed panel led by GitKraken's Jonathan Silva. He is joined by our VP of Engineering, Stasia Zamishlieva. I hope I said that right. Jordan Wallet, one of our engineering leads. Brittany Ellich, Senior Dev at GitHub. Marino Wijay, Staff Solutions Architect at Kong. And Dylan Mulroy, Principal Engineer at Cloudflare. They'll be digging into a somewhat contentious topic of performance metrics titled, Your Boss is Measuring You. Now what?
Hello, GitKon. Welcome to our day one panel. This one's called Your Boss is Measuring You. Now what? I'm your MC, Jonathan Silva, and I'm joined here by a panel, and we're here to explore that feeling that you might get knowing that all that creativity, all that problem solving that you're doing as a software developer gets flattened to a number that's just displayed on the dashboard. And there's certain feelings that come up when you see that happening. So I'm joined here by a panel of brilliant minds. I'm going to give each of them a chance to introduce themselves, starting with Brittany. Hello. Hey, Brittany.
Hi, thank you so much. Yes, my name is Brittany Ellick, and I am a senior software engineer at GitHub.
Hi, I'm Jordan Wallet. I am the dev lead for GitKraken Desktop, which I've been working on for 10 years. I started at the bottom as a fresh-faced individual contributor, and now I manage a small team.
Hello, I'm Stasia. I'm VP Engineering here at GitKraken. For most of my career, I was building data platforms. That's why I have a little bit of professional deformation with phrase that you'll hear from me often. You can't improve what you're not measuring.
Hey everyone, my name is Marino Wijay. I'm a staff architect at a company called Kong, and I'm also a community ambassador for the CNCF Cloud Native Compute Foundation. So I'm very deeply into the Kubernetes ecosystem. And some of the things that I really focus on a day-to-day is helping developers onboard their APIs into production systems. So I get to see a lot of their building, but I also get to see the pain behind that building as well.
Hello. I'm Dylan Mulroy. I'm a principal software engineer at Cloudflare. I've been leading teams in the JavaScript web dev space for pretty much the better part of the past decade. So glad to be here.
Well, with those introductions, I think we'll move on to the first theme that we have here. Why does measurement feel so personal? And so to kick things off, Jordan, I think I have a question for you. So you talked about how you started at GitKraken from the bottom, although I don't think you were at the bottom, Jordan. Let's be frank here. So, but before becoming a team lead, how did it feel to know that your work might be judged by a metric?
It's stressful. Paradoxically, I think a lot of people think, oh, I'll just boil it down to this metric and they can just focus on that metric and we'll keep it simple. But paradoxically, instead of adding clarity, you can actually add more complexity, because now I don't just have to worry about making sure I'm doing good work, but it has to be observably good. I have to, consider, like, is there a mismatch here between the metric and what I think I should be doing? And what do I do in those edge cases where the metric is not really capturing some important thing that kind of wasn't considered when we set up the metric? So it adds this extra layer of complexity on top to, like, I need to align that observability with my regular duties that I was going to do before the metric existed.
Brittany, I have a question for you. Why do you think being measured hits differently for software developers? What is it about that maybe, forgive the phrase, gives them the ick?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think because a lot of measurements for software developers are pretty tragically terrible. A lot of the times it's things like, lines of code or pull requests completed. And I think most developers know, like, okay, that doesn't really tell the whole story. Even if you're saying I completed 5 bugs last week, that could be the size of the scope of those bugs can be so different that it's kind of laughable to really compare them. So Like it's that, and then it's also, if that measurement is tied to something like compensation or performance or something, then yeah, it kind of feels a little bit like it takes that thing that you should be able to control, which is your performance, and takes it out of your control.
Stacia, you are a developer leader. You've probably encountered this ick uh, from other software developers. So when devs push back on being measured, what is it that they're really pushing back against?
I feel that developers are not resisting to the measurements, but they're resisting to misunderstanding or misjudging, and what Jordan mentioned, when you are being pulled away by critical work that you are doing by supporting some metrics. So usually, like when you think about metrics, the feeling is that there are so many things that you're doing. Our work is so multidimensional, and now you're converting this into one single metrics. And what does this mean? People are worried how exactly people will be interpreting that metrics. And also, lots of people are having this past experience when data was used without conversation, without the context, and used to judge a person instead of judging a system and thinking about how we can improve the system. So yeah, I think there are ways how to introduce measurements in engineering in more reliable, in more natural way without having that pushback, but definitely there's some resistance that is happening.
Misunderstanding. Well said, Stacia. Marina, I think I'll have you round us out here. From what you've seen across dev teams, why is it that metrics just feel so fragile to begin with?
So metrics are a bit of a proxy. I mean, they don't really tell the entire story of what value is being provided. For example, Brittany and even Jordan mentioned it earlier around those various lines of code that you write. You might write 1,000, but are those 1,000 lines of code actually meaningful or valuable to the business in any way? And so you can game this very easily and say, oh yeah, this week I just wrote 10,000 lines of code. Has it improved the system? Do you see performance gains? Have you added new features? Or is it just a bunch of trash, if you will, that hasn't really done anything but actually regressed the way that application or even API works? And then when you throw into the dimension of AI, which actually is supposed to help you do your job a little bit better, but instead just writes a bunch of hot garbage, that tends to affect how metrics actually looks. So metrics aren't really a true measure of value.
Not a true measure of value. Maybe that's why developers feel personally attacked when they're judged against any given metric. Okay, so I guess that's a nice segue to talk about what's broken with the way we measure developer productivity today. So Dylan, I know you've been at companies like Vercel and Cloudflare. Have you seen any patterns or signals that metrics just miss, especially when you're actually doing the work, going deep into what it takes to run some of these systems?
Yeah, I think kind of like building off where we ended there, like I think my kind of take on that and leading into this is that like it's missing the human element and empathy and an understanding from a good engineering manager or a good tech lead or a good director on how, like, obviously there's going to be numbers, there's going to be Jira tickets closed, there's going to be pull requests merged or reviewed. But I really think the onus is on kind of the more senior engineering leaders around those teams and ICs for advocating for the team around them, putting a narrative and a story to it, whether that might be growth. So maybe an IC needs to improve, or just like really advocating for people in the rooms they're not in when all that there is a number. But yeah, I think it's kind of on engineers and EMs as they become more senior on like what it looks like to actually advocate for their ICs.
Thank you, Dylan. And EM is executive management, that my take?
Engineering manager, sorry.
Engineering manager. Okay, thank you. And then IC, individual contributor. I know we've been using some of those throughout the panel so far. Well, Stacia, I did want to ask you, there's some things that metrics are missing. I love that Dylan was saying that, we're missing some of the empathy pieces, and we'll get to some of the other things they miss. But what's one metric that you see used a lot that's easy to misinterpret?
If you talk just about one metrics, it's already like it's not working. You can't have just one single metrics that talks about the whole situation. So that's why starting with just one metrics does make sense. And then recommending and telling that this set of metrics will be working perfectly for your organization. This will not work because the set of metrics should be driven by what are you trying to achieve from the business point of view, from organization point of view. And this should define what kind of metrics do you measure. And then out of those, let's say 3-5 critical metrics that you are measuring, they should be very actionable. Like if something is changing that metrics, what do you do? Do you have an action plan for that? And it should be the one that is not gamed. What we discuss here, like PR count, line of codes, or even story points, you can improve them, but it will be not changing how system is operating. So it's maybe a little bit more complex, but that's how I'm thinking about that.
Jordan, have you ever had to explain or defend your team with their work when the numbers didn't quite tell the whole truth? Especially, I know you do a lot of the GitKraken desktop releases. What's been your experience there?
I mean, I wouldn't frame it as defending. That's not necessarily the best perspective. So instead of getting like defensive, if we're confident in our work, ideally it's a conversation. I mean, this has been a really common theme already for this entire panel. Why is the work that we're doing not lining up with what's being measured? Is there a mismatch between the work and the metric? Are we doing different work and there needs to be a strategic alignment that, do we need to change our work or do we need to change the metric, or how is that mismatch happening? Because I think it starts from a point of, if you're confident in your work and you have a good relationship with your manager and the manager says, hey, there's a problem with this metric, this number isn't measuring up. At that point, you either need to ask, is this the wrong metric and we're not measuring correctly, or has it not been communicated? We're really confident in the work we did, but maybe we were doing the wrong thing. How is the work that we're doing not strategically aligning with moving this number? So hopefully it's less about, being defensive and saying like, everything's fine here, the number's just dumb and let us keep doing what we're doing. And it's more about opening the conversation to like make sure that there's no misconceptions between the different layers of the organization and that we're building the right thing.
I feel like there's some wisdom there of, instead of getting defensive, being curious. I feel like that's just a good life tip in general. Brittany, I guess one question for you then. What's missing from most measurement systems that would actually help teams do better work? I think we've alluded to a few, but I'm curious about your thoughts.
Yeah, I know that I personally consider things like the number of pull requests I've been able to review. I feel like that's a better signal of like how my team is doing in general and how I'm doing to support my team as, a senior software engineer. If that's going up, then my team must be more productive and we must be, getting a few things done. But that's still limited by the fact that pull requests completed is a very difficult metric to tied to. I think that the industry as a whole has been trying to solve this problem for a really long time. I know the DORA metrics were introduced a few years ago, and that's been like a measurement of developer productivity. And now it seems like they were aligning more on the SPACE metrics, which includes things like employee satisfaction and well-being, and then like performance, and then activity, which would be, those pull requests and like how long it takes to get things done, is just a component of this larger framework that includes other things.
I think this is a good segue to talk about what good measurement actually looks like. And it's good that we floated a couple other systems that have been emerging in recent years. Marina, I think I'll have you kick us off here. When you want to understand how a team is really doing, what do you actually look for?
There's probably a few things that I'm looking at. For example, the first thing is going to be the feedback loop. When it comes to that feedback loop, how long does it take to get from writing something of a piece of code or a function, lines of code, PRs, etc., to being reviewed to being edited, modified as required, and then being merged with main, if you will, or maybe additional reviews, if you will. The other factor or another idea or another concept is really like the quality of decisions, not necessarily the quantity of the output. So, for example, are we choosing the right tooling, but are we also considering if this is structured right? Did we create a design doc ahead of time to really define out all our requirements so that we're building the right things and not building random outliers to make something actually work? And are we actually being very conscious about the decisions we make around trade-offs versus the gains that we expect to see in building some sort of API or app? Another area or dimension is, how does the team collaborate? Are we seeing constant communication across developers? And it's not just responding to comments or a thread inside of a pull request, but actual engagement. Are you all hopping on a huddle to talk through an issue before you decide we're gonna proceed down this path? Another one is the flow. Is everything flowing correctly? Do we see less handoffs and more of someone is able to complete a task without necessarily being blocked from something upstream or someone else upstream? Because everything should just flow very naturally and nicely in a development cycle, but that's not always possible. But the reduction of all of these blockers, if you will, just creates some really good measurable and valuable velocity, if you will. And then this last dimension is really, when you build something, has it actually provided the value? Has it actually provided not only the business value, but if a user is using your application, your mobile app, your API, whatever it is, are they seeing the experience that they expected to see in the way you marketed it or built it? And if it's not, like, we need to go back to the drawing board and adjust.
I like that nuance that you're introducing into the story, which I think brings me to the question I have for you, Dylan. So if you could define a performance dashboard that actually respected the nuance of engineering work, what would it include and what would you leave out?
Ooh, that's good. I think two things that don't get measured as much as they should, that I think are good indicators of a team's success, are like incidents like caused by the softwares and systems owned by the team and like the response to them and that kind of over time. And then I think another good proxy is support tickets coming in to the organization for that team's product. Ideally, both of those numbers should be going down over time. And I think that is a pretty good proxy for like how in tune you are with the customers using your application. And I think there's also probably good signal there for others higher up in the engineering organization if like the number of incidents aren't going down or it takes a long time to resolve, that like maybe there is engineering process that's not working or there are upstream dependencies that are failing this team. If I could like wave a wand and measure something, like I would love to be able to see like if a team commits to doing something, do they actually deliver on it? And like how consistently are they able to do that? And again, if not, why? And it's generally probably going to be indicative of organizational problems somewhere else. And I mean, obviously it can be the team or the IC themselves, but I think those are the kind of things I want to see. That because if those things are happening, they're probably happening in other teams too.
Brittany, have you seen teams get measurement right? And if you have, what's made their approach feel supportive instead of stressful?
I don't think I've ever necessarily, I can't say that I've ever seen anybody do measurement right, because I feel like it's something that you always have to be continuously evolving over time. So there's not like one perfect way to do it. And a lot of that's going to be really team specific too. But things that I've seen that I really like is when people go outside of like the basic number metrics. I think that, basic numbers, like we've talked about, like the lines of code, like that's easy. And I think that's why it's something that people reach for a lot. But if you consider things like employee satisfaction, or how much people enjoy being on their teams, or, how long people stay on a specific team, or what the tenure is, or whatever. I think like those are things that are a good a good indicator of anything that's underlying and might not be as easy to measure, but is a good signal for what's going on.
I love it. I'm hearing insert more qualitative data in addition to the quantitative data. I can get behind that. Jordan, I think I'll have you round us out for this block. What's one approach or signal that's helped you lead more effectively, especially since you're newly minted engineering team lead? And if you have anything that's been unconventional that's also been working out.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if this is unconventional or not, but an approach I take is, with regards to signals, we've been talking so much about metrics and numbers. My approach is I try not to let the numbers dictate too much. If I have a reasonably small team, what Jeff Bezos called a 2-pizza team, and I'm relying too much on the numbers, I'm avoiding my responsibility to understand what's happening with my team. In a pretty real sense, I'm avoiding doing my job. Instead, metrics are more like a check engine light in my approach. I want to keep an eye out for outliers, anything that indicates that something somewhere is a little bit unexpected, a little bit outside normal parameters. And that's the metric doesn't tell the story, they're clues. And I have to be a detective now. I have to, put on my Sherlock Holmes cap and take out my magnifying glass and try to construct these clues into a story, including, interviewing the eyewitnesses, so to speak, and build, this case, this story of like what has happened with this metric and why, to identify the underlying cause and how to solve it. So for me, numbers are just kind of the leading indicator to start an investigation.
We're in 2025. AI has been a big topic this year. And so how should we be measuring performance in the age of AI? And I think, Stacia, I'll have you kick us off here. As a leader, what kind of visibility do you need to make smart calls about any AI investment for the team?
This is a good one. I love talking about AI and AI adoption. I think we made really tremendous progress on it. But the first thing as a leader that you'll need to look at to assess your AI investment is AI actually being used. So this AI adoption, what is the use cases that AI is being used for? Is it more of like this Google type of search and trying to answer the questions, or is it auto completion, or is it more going towards this agentic world with a group of developers, AI developers that are working together with you? So the first one, the question that we want to answer is how it's being adopted. Now, let's say there is a baseline for adoption. Then the questions that I want to answer: what's the impact on your core metrics that are relevant for your company, and how the baseline for those metrics is improving? And in this case, you really need to watch for the balance between the short-term things, like are you having faster velocity? Are you delivering things faster? Combined with the long-term, like maybe you're moving like crazy, you're introducing so much code, like velocity is amazing, but you're introducing such big cap debt that will be hard to maintain in future. So that's why having that your core metrics with some of the guardrail metrics and assessing how different cohorts of people that have different usage of AI, like this early stages, like medium stages, or like aggressive adopters of AI, and checking how your core metrics are behaving for these different kind of cohorts. One more thing that I'd like to mention right now, this is less of an issue, but I feel that very soon one metric that we'll need to keep an eye on is cost, because it can grow a lot in this very aggressive adoptions of AI. And then you will need to balance out what's the ROI of investment into AI tools versus what's the outcome that you're getting for your business, for your company, for the team.
Those credits are not cheap once they start adding
They
up.
are.
Here.
Right.
Marina, I think I'll go to you next. I guess I'll frame this as two questions and you can choose which one you want to go with. But would you say AI is changing how developers work? If the answer is obviously yes, would you say it's changing how we should measure that work?
So the answer is definitely yes. But I think where we struggle is that a lot of organizations, especially in executive leadership, are thinking that AI is just going to make things faster. Like the velocity is just going to go up like that, which might translate to these very antiquated measurements of lines of code, number of commits, PRs, deployment frequency, how many new features get launched. But what really should end up being the focus here is like, okay, if I'm using an agent to help me test my code or to help me write blocks of functions or to help with reviewing PRs, that should translate into reduced cognitive load on the developer specifically. So the less time that developer is actually being stressed out on the many, many different things that they have to be responsible for means that there's a direct correlation with better quality output from that developer. They get more time to actually think for a second. So I almost feel like the less you do as a developer because you have AI in front of you or beside you, however you want to look at it, the better it is for the organization. And that's something that should be measured.
You're here. Dylan, I am curious to hear about how AI has changed your day-to-day life as an engineer. Do you find that whatever metrics govern you and your team, do you find that they're missing like this cognitive component that Marina was talking about?
During my 2 years at Vercel, it wasn't so much development velocity or churning out better scaffolding for greenfield projects or anything. I think the biggest boon for me and like Vercel as a whole is using it as a communication tool to communicate ideas. It really empowered like our sales organization or our customer success organization to go into something like V0 or Lovable or whatever and be like, rather than writing out some, Google sheet or Google Doc that's 10 pages long, we can communicate an idea with a working app with real data. And that communication flow just like really cut corners off of things and got things moving. And I think that's been the biggest win that I've seen on a day-to-day basis for AI. Like I go back and forth every day as a engineer still writing code every day. Like some days I feel like it's a superpower, and then other days I feel like it's a huge hindrance that I just wasted 8 hours. So right now I kind of favor really just using it as a way to communicate ideas effectively across the company.
And then Jordan, the GitKraken desktop team, as the head of that team, what AI tool, how have you guys started using any AI tools, and how has that impacted that team's ability to collaborate?
Yeah, we have, and it certainly had an impact. It's taken us quite a while, a long time, and a lot of effort to get there. So just to echo what we've already heard in the panel on AI, and I want to reassure that anyone, if you're listening out there and you're feeling like you're falling behind, you're probably not falling behind. I don't know the latest numbers for software companies, but companies in general, 1/3 of them have not even started experimenting with AI. Another third are still in the piloting phase. Only half of organizations are using AI for at least 3 business functions. So if you're seeing all the hype and you're getting a little anxious, then this tech is changing rapidly, and there's still time. You still have time. But for our part, we're now starting to automate well understood coding tasks. It's helping us get better test coverage, which we've usually been a little lax about because we ship great code. Why do we need to write tests? Obviously, it's perfect. And we're just starting to see real cases of AI acting as a force multiplier. But yeah, it took some investment. It takes a lot of iteration where it's, prompt engineering, they call it nowadays, which is really just kind of doing a lot of guess and check and trying to figure out what does it take to get this model to do the right thing way more often than the wrong thing in your particular code base. So you're still not, you don't get to just point an AI at it and say go and avoid all the initial work. There's an investment there. So writing specific and technical requirements like a project manager is becoming an increasingly important skill. So, just a tip for those who prefer to be individual contributors, don't rest on your laurels, because I have a hunch that you might need more management measurement skills in 2030 than you needed in 2020.
I would like to thank our panel for taking the time to join us here today. Brittany, Stacia, Dylan, Jordan, Marino, thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure. If you are interested in a more ethical approach to development productivity metrics, check out GitKraken Insights. It's available on gitkraken.com/insights. It's our answer to moving away from some of the problems that we talked about today and moving towards the future of what development productivity metrics could look like. All right, I think we're ready to adjourn. Thanks so much, everyone. Take care. You invested in AI coding tools and your developers use them, but can you quantify their real-world impact? GitKraken Insights measures what matters: code quality before and after AI adoption, defect rates, intelligence that goes beyond surface-level metrics. 40 million developers know and trust GitKraken as a developer-first brand. That means better engagement and better insights. Get DORA metrics with context, AI impact across your toolchain, and developer experience correlated with performance. It's complete engineering intelligence in one platform. Other solutions take months to implement, but GitKraken Insights works in minutes. And we're up to 80% less expensive than competing software intelligence providers. So stop defending engineering productivity and start proving engineering value. GitKraken Insights. Engineering intelligence in minutes, not months.
I loved that panel. Performance metrics, when done wrong, feel like they get weaponized against us as devs, and I think there were a lot of good insights in that panel about how measuring performance can be done better. I hope you enjoyed Jonathan running that panel, because we have a fun talk from Jonathan coming up in which he covers some of the lesser-known Git commands. Did you know that there are 70-plus Git commands? Well, stay tuned for Jonathan's Wait, Git Can Do That?
Hello again, GitKon. That's right, I'm running double duty. And this time I have a talk that is dedicated to Git. Git is full of underused powers, and that is not because devs are lazy or anything like that. It's mostly because Git doesn't really teach us how to explore, unless you're an enterprising individual who takes it upon themselves to explore documentation. So what we're going to do here is we're going to explore together some of the lesser known Git tips that I think will help unlock a new level of productivity for you. And I'm also going to show you how GitKraken Desktop makes some of those even smoother. All right, for our first tip, how do you undo that last commit without losing your work? All right, so we're going to explore this command. So this one helps you undo the last commit and keep everything staged. So let's say you've just committed, but it's too early. Maybe you have the wrong commit message. Something is up and you need to go back. So some devs might try a hard reset, or they might even just say, you know what, I'm just going to reclone this repository because I'm just not sure how to clean this up. Well, there's a clean fix that helps you keep your files exactly as they were, staged and ready to go. And so yes, here we are. I'm going to type out git reset, and we're going to do soft -- space and then head tilde, and I'm going to say 1, but this is where you can specify a specific number depending on how far back. In my case, 1 refers to the most recent commit, but I can go further down in my commit history, just count how many commits you want to go down. So this command undoes your last commit, but keeps everything in the staging area. So your code's untouched, your changes are prepped, and you are free to recommit with a better commit message, or maybe you want to stage a few more things, make a few more changes. You just want to change the change set a little bit more. So this is perfect for when you commit too soon or you want to tweak what's about to go in. So think of it like undoing the commit step without necessarily touching your work. So pretty handy. Now, how does git reset compare to git revert? Maybe you were thinking about like, well, I do git revert for some of these things. Well, git revert is better for undoing changes that have already been shared. You've pushed them up to GitLab, to GitHub, to Azure DevOps, whatever, wherever you are sharing or collaborating your code. And git resets -- soft is great for local fixes, right? So you still haven't pushed up anything. This is a great command to run to just, again, give you another shot at making a commit. Now, GitKraken Desktop has something similar as well. When you open up a repository, right-click on any commit to access the reset option. And you have a couple different flavors here. And I'm going to choose the one to perform a soft reset. So a soft reset here in GitKraken Desktop does the same thing as what I showed you before. This will remove the commit, but keep your changes staged. And I should note that if you want to go even deeper, all you have to do is just right-click on that commit, and we will reset all the way down to this commit, but place everything in the working directory. So again, it keeps your changes. It removes the commits, but keeps your changes in the working directory and also staged. Okay, so for this next tip, have you ever deleted a branch? Maybe you've reset too far. Something's happened where you've lost commits, and you might think that it's gone forever. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's not the case, and you actually have some tools available to you to recover anything you think you might have lost. So here we go. Run git reflog. This is the command. And when you run this command, you'll see a full timeline of your Git actions, even commits that no longer exist when you just run the vanilla Git log. So when you run git reflog, you're seeing a private timeline of everything your head, that's capital HEAD, has pointed to. Even, and again, even stuff that the Git log will forget. So each entry shows the commit hash, what branches you were on, what action moved head, like checkout, commit, reset, or rebase. And this is where you can locate and find any commits that might have been lost when you deleted a branch or you performed a reset, especially if you were in the detached head state. That's usually one of the key use cases for coming into the git reflog. You've lost a commit, you don't know where it went, or maybe your commit history is huge and you just need to find a specific commits that maybe you interacted with recently. Git reflog is your tool for that type of recovery. I should say that git reflog is configurable. It does typically retain actions from the last 30 to 90 days, but again, that's configurable. So just bear in mind, if you've done it more recently, there's probably a good chance it's still in the git reflog. So in my case, my story, git reflog has saved me from botched rebases, deleted branches, and bad resets. To show this, let me go to GitKraken Desktop. I'm going to open a repo, and just right here with the commit graph does an excellent job of showing you the history of your project, right? Because you get to see commit messages, the author, you have an idea for the timeline. Though if you want to go even deeper, click the terminal button in a toolbar, and just like we were doing earlier, run the command git reflog. And here, side by side with your commit graph, you get the same timeline. I like having these side by side since I can copy the SHA from the git reflog timeline and then just type git checkout. Let me paste in the SHA, the commit ID here, and then I can immediately see the commit graph update when I check out that commit. So there you go. If I'm trying to recover a lost commit, Now I can create a branch to officially add this commit to my history. Haha, I have recovered this lost commit. So remember, Git forgets nothing. Always check Git ref log when you think you might have lost something. All right, for this next tip, we're going to talk about Git cherry pick. And we're actually going to talk about a specific nuance when performing the Git cherry pick command. So normally when you Git cherry pick, those changes are immediately applied and committed. But sometimes you might just want to grab the change set from a given commit and you still want to make some additional changes on top of it. Or maybe you're trying to batch together a new set of changes for your feature branch or bug fix or whatever you might be working on. So instead of just using the Git cherry pick command by itself, add the flag -n or --n no-commit, and it does exactly what it says here. It'll grab those changes and place them in your working directory. It will not commit those changes. So again, this is great for bringing in the code, but holding the commit. Now, it'd be remiss not to bring up GitKraken Desktop, and we help make this even easier to do. So when you open up a repository in GitKraken Desktop, you can navigate to any commit in the graph and right-click on that commit to access the cherry pick action. And all you have to do is when you select the action, just say no when it asks you whether or not you wish to immediately commit those changes. And then it's the same thing. Those changes will be deposited into your working directory. And from here, you can stage, unstage, make additional modifications in your text editor of choice until you're ready to make those commits. So cherry pick gives you control, but GitKraken helps make it feel more natural. All right, this next tip, who actually wrote the code? So this one was pretty new to me as well. Let's say you want to know who's actually writing code on your team. So Git does track, who is making commits, and it can be a little honest about the whole situation. So you can run the command git short log -sne, and this will be a breakdown of every commit by author with their name, email, and the number of commits. So you'll see who's pushing the most code, who's dropping off, and then who's also maybe secretly crushing it. So it's like commit receipts, sorted and stacked. When I discovered this was something I was curious about just doing across even the open source repos, just to see who's been active or who's been the biggest contributor to a project. Maybe they were more active in the past, but they still might have some knowledge about the project. It just is a tool for you to use so that you can figure out maybe who the best person to contact is about an open source project or perhaps a project within your organization. Now, GitKraken Desktop does show this pretty visually. This is, again, another place where the commit graph shines because all you need to do is open up a repository in GitKraken Desktop and every single commit will show the commit author. When you click on a commit, you'll see details about those authors. But here's one quick tip that I'll leave you with. You can click this gear in the top right corner of the commit graph. And if it's not enabled already, consider checking the box, the option for author. Because when you do that, you do get the ability to filter the commit graph based on authors. And so you can click the filter icon and it'll already kind of give you an idea for who is here already, especially if they're in your GitKraken organization. But one quick thing you can do is if you already know the name of an author, you're curious to see what they've been doing recently, just start typing the name of that author, select them, and then GitKraken Desktop will highlight their commits in the commit graph. So it's a way of spotlighting contributions that author has made throughout the history of the commit graph, and just keep scrolling to kind of see what the scale of those contributions are. Select a commit to review the changes, explore away. All right, for this next tip, your stash isn't a junk drawer. Don't just place stashes in there and forget about them. We can definitely make use of stashes a little bit more efficiently with this next tip. Did you know that you can pop or apply a specific stash from your list? Git actually numbers each stash by time, and with the newest stash at curly braces 0. So This just means you're not stuck popping the most recent stash every time. You can target exactly what you need. So we're going to run the command git stash list to see all saved changes. And then we're going to use the command git stash pop space stash at, and then the number of how far back you want to go in the index. And this will apply that stash and remove it from the list. But if you want to keep it for later, maybe you don't feel like popping the stash, you can instead type out git stash apply. Same result, but the stash will stay intact and you can reapply those changes later. Okay, so there you go. We did it. We were able to explore the list and apply a certain stash from that list. But what I love here is that GitKraken Desktop actually makes this even easier. And for those of you who are already users, you probably already know where I'm going. So let's open up GitKraken Desktop. And when you open up a repository, let's say you have some changes in your working directory, you can navigate over to the toolbar to access the stash action, and this will stash your changes. Quick pro tip here, if you type into the whip before you hit the button, this will allow you to name that stash. And then also similarly, if I were to stage some changes over in the commit panel, maybe I have tons and tons of changes and I want to stash only a subset of those changes, I can stage and then move over to the stash button over here, the stash tab, I should say. And same idea here, you can name your stash before you create it. This then will create stashes in your commit graph. So here we have stashes in the commit graph, and also the stash list will be available in the commit panel, in the left panel. So the left panel will have a list of your stashes, and these are, interactive. You can right click on any of these stashes, either in the commit graph or in the left panel, and access the options to pop or apply. And there's some bonus actions here as well, which I encourage you to explore. I have 2 bonus items here, and the first one is for any of our Git CLI experts. So you're someone who's put in the time to learn all of the commands that you need inside the terminal. You're a wizard. I believe in your abilities, but we did build something just for you. It's called the GitKraken CLI. So what the GitKraken CLI does, and I have it here open. Let me type in GK. So here's a nice welcome message from the GitKraken CLI. It can do many things. It could interact with your workspaces, but what I want to focus on for today's tip is that you have the ability to start work on a feature or bug, and you can track changes across multiple repositories. So that's the big boost that you get from using the GitKraken CLI inside of your favorite terminal. You can begin work on a feature and keep adding repos as you are interacting with, various places that you need to go to address an overall thing you're trying to accomplish. So to show you what I mean, I'm going to do GK work start. So, I need to specify a branch. GK work start new branch. So I'm currently in the support.gitkraken.com repository. When I run this command, it's going to start both a work item and it's going to create a brand new branch and check that branch out. This branch is called new branch. I'm going to hit enter. It's initializing the work item for support.gitkraken.com. The new branch is created. If I do a quick git branch, I can see that, yep, there it is. A new branch has been created and it has been checked out. Really, really cool. Now, let's say I want to add a repository to, right now it's just the support.gitkraken.com repo. Let's say I want to add this one, this GitKraken desktop docs repository. It says I don't have a remote. Let me add a different one here. I love demos, right? GitLens. I think this one has something similar as well. All right, we did it. So we added the GitLens repository to this work item, and I can, again, create a branch here, do some work. So I'm going to simulate as though I've gone off camera. I've done some changes. I'm doing something a little bit here off camera. Okay, so now I'm in the support.gitkraken.com change. Basically, I popped a stash off screen, off camera here. And let me just make sure that there are some changes here. Yep. Okay, so I have a modified file that I've dropped into my working directory. Let's just assume that I've made tons of changes across different repositories. How do I commit all of those things at once? Well, thanks to the GitKraken CLI, I can use the command gk work commit, and I'm going to do the flag --AI so that it inserts a commit message for me automatically. So here it go. It's committing the change, and it did it. I have GitKraken desktop off to my other screen over here, so I do see that the commit was successfully created. Let's do a git status just to see that, yep, I am indeed still in the new branch. Those changes that we saw up here have indeed been committed. All right, for my final tip, I did want to do a quick and very brief shout out to the GitKraken MCP. GitKraken MCP gives you the power of accessing all the integrations that you've connected with GitKraken. So we're talking about connections to your pull requests, connections to your issues, and just general Git goodness. And it's all available through VS Code, Cursor, Windsurf, and a bunch of other really cool text editors. In the example that I have right here, I am inside of VS Code. I've already installed the GitKraken MCP, but just to show you, I'm going to switch over to agent mode. I'm going to click on this tools icon down here. And if I scroll all the way down, I can see all of the actions that are available within the, let me update the tool here. There we go. Expand the list. Yes. So look at this. I can do git blame, git push, git status, and I have access to my issues. I can see, I can add comments. I can grant permissions to get issue details or interact with my pull requests. So all of that can be had just by talking to your favorite agent within, so in this case, within VS Code, and you can perform all sorts of really cool actions right from within VS Code or Cursor or Windsurf. So the way to get started is, so when you install the latest version of GitLens, the MCP, GitKraken MCP comes bundled with it. So all you have to do is just make sure that, so in my case, let me do Command-Shift-P. If you do a search for GitLens, GitKraken MCP, you'll see the option to install the MCP if you don't have it installed already. So give it a go explore. You will unlock a whole bunch of powers that you didn't have before. All right, well, I hope you've enjoyed these 6 Git tips. I hope some of these were fresh and new and something that you're willing to give a try. Now, if you're looking for a Git refresher, we do offer a Fundamentals of Git course, and it's available on learn.gitkraken.com. It's perfectly free, and you get the benefit of seeing a younger version of me go through the basics of Git. And if you want to try any of the tips that I demonstrated today on GitKraken desktop, you can head over to gitkraken.com/download to get the version for Windows, Linux, or Mac. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of GitKon and stay legendary.
Well, I certainly learned something. I feel like I only use 4 or 5 commands in my day-to-day workflow, but I'll certainly keep in mind the ones Jonathan mentioned just to make sure I save time and frustration in the future. Next up, Senior Software Architect, Microsoft MVP, GitKraken Ambassador, and YouTube and Twitch creator Kevin Bost will take us through practical workflows and usage of some of GitKraken's latest and most useful features.
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a great GitKon. My name is Kevin Bost, I'm a GitKraken ambassador, and today I'm really excited to show you a bunch of awesome features in GitKraken Desktop, specifically a bunch of the AI features. Got a ton to show you, so let's dive right on in. The first thing I want to point out is getting started with this. Now, we are going to start in the preferences, which is either going to be this nice little gear up here at the top, or you can also find it underneath the file menu. And then from there, we're going to go GitKraken AI. And the first thing that I want to point out to you is that the tokens are per week. This is important because it means that you can go through and play with a lot of these features without fear that you're going to end up just being out of tokens for the rest of the month or whatever it's going to be. You only have to wait until the end of the week and then you're back up and running again. Beyond that, There is also the ability to go through and bring your own API key as well. Now, this feature scales up depending on what SKU you're on. All of these GitKraken AI features are pro level and above. Depending on what you want in terms of administration of bring your own key AI integrations, check out the different pricing tiers on GitKraken. For those, I'm running on an enterprise SKU here, so if you aren't seeing all the same thing, check out what you might need and consider upgrading. A lot of these features are very much worth it. We check this box here. We can see that I've got the option of a bunch of different providers, OpenAI, Anthropic, Azure, Google, Ollama, or even a OpenAI compatible API. So you can think of this as like an Azure AI Foundry or something similar, where it's at least got that OpenAI endpoint available to it. So in my case, if I go ahead and pick on Ollama, I can hit test connection because I've got a local Ollama instance running. If I come down here, I can see that I've got models for DeepSeek, Gemini 3, all of the things that I have loaded into my Ollama model itself. For this, we're going to bounce back and just use the built-in GitKraken ones, which is going to be Gemini 2.5 Flash is where I've got all of mine set. And then I just want to call your attention to the different instruction boxes. There's a lot of different AI features bundled in here, and if you aren't getting the exact response or formatting that you're looking for, these instructions give you an opportunity to go through and customize it to fit your workflows. There's some pre-canned prompts in here that you can look to grab, or if you're just trying to see kind of, hey, what's possible, these are some optional ones in here. I do go through and customize a couple of mine, but a bunch of mine I do leave blank. Don't worry about all these features. We're going to go take a look at all of them here in just a moment. Let's jump back to the repository. Now, I have a bunch of different repositories I manage, and unfortunately, I often start work, forget about it, don't commit, don't push, and I come back and I find some work in progress. And conveniently, we find our first little AI sparkle that we get in this right up here in this top right-hand corner. Anytime you see these little stars, this is AI just adding a little bit of goodness into our developer workflow. And so here, I can go through and get an explain of my working changes. Now, you might be thinking, hey, when do I really need to explain my working changes? When is that actually helpful? Now, it could be that you're like me, you've got a short-term memory, and that's helpful there. But it could also be that some of your working changes maybe weren't actually typed by you. In the age of AI agents doing a lot of coding for us, it's quite possible that some of your working changes may have been done by something else on your behalf, even if it wasn't just you. And in this case, we can see that we've got a bunch of changes. It's done a pretty good job of summarizing it. But then down in this impact area, it actually does a really nice job of giving us the behavioral changes, maybe some performance implications or critical implementation details that maybe I want to go and look a little bit closer at. You can also get something very similar clicking on commits elsewhere rather than just your work in progress. Now, in some of these cases, if you're clicking on a commit that's in your linear history, the explain is hidden underneath the little dropdown, but it's still there. This is also especially helpful if you're looking at other team members' commits or different pull requests, and you're just wanting to have that kind of quick explanation of what's here because maybe they didn't leave you a very good commit message to work with. So we're just going to take this as it is for now. I've already reviewed it. And then we get to our second little sparkle, this generate commit message down here. We can also do the same thing if we wanted to just do a stash really quick and not do a full commit. We can also gen the message there. But in this case, we're just going to go ahead and sparkle a little commit message. And there is a difference between the explain and the commit because what makes a good explanation is not what you want in your commit message. A commit message should be a short, brief summary, and that's what we get here. Great. Give the AI a nice little thumbs up. Thank you for being useful. And then we're going to go ahead and do a commit. Now, on this branch here, I was doing a bit of pipeline work. And if you are like me, YAML and pipeline is a pain. And you end up with a commit history that looks a lot like this, where it's just a bunch of, oh, please, please, oh, please, let the YAML work. Let the white space finally line up. And you get all of these ugly commits. Now, this isn't really what I want to submit a PR with. I want my team to be able to see a nice set of commits representing what's there. So I'm going to shift click here just to grab all of the commits on this branch that I've got going. And I'm going to hit recompose commits with AI. Now, what this is going to do is this is going to look through that set of changes that it's out on this branch and recompose them. It's going to find related changes and put those things together and give me a new set of commits that are more in line with what it would be like if I did these with hindsight and 100% perfect accuracy. So we can see here it's come up with 4 logical changes. It's done the conventional commit message formatting, which is fine for me here. We can see that it's put all of the CI stuff together. Great, that seems fine. It put the window title off by itself and then put the integration kind of separate. I'm going to go through and I'm going to actually squash these 2 together because I really only want one of those. If this screen looks familiar, it's because you've done a lot of interactive rebases inside of GitKraken Desktop. This is a lot of the same UI being re-leveraged. Now, we have the same options for pick, squash, reword, drop. It's a little unusual to need drop in this particular case because the AIs just recompose those commits. When would you really want to drop a commit that's been composed together? Maybe, but a little unlikely. You can also drag, drop, reorder, move things around, or like you see here, squash and reword it. And since we're squashing this commit down, we're just going to double click here because I don't really want feet duplicated down here inside of the commit message. So we're just going to clean that one up. And then we'll go ahead and hit create commits here. And now we can see we have a clean set of commits that we could go through and open up a pull request from. This is a much better way of getting yourself into that nice clean state. Again, as though you had 20/20 hindsight when you started over, and no one needs to know that you didn't do it perfectly like this from the beginning. Do be aware this is a new set of commits. So if you've previously pushed, it is going to be a force push as though you are rewriting Git history because this is functionally new history. So just keep that in mind. The next thing I want to show off is one of the ways that I enjoy working with AI agents. So oftentimes, if I'm in the same folder as my agent, I end up kind of having to go hands off while it's working because if I'm touching a file and it's touching a file, we just fight with each other. And then I get angry and insult my little AI minions. A much better option is Git work trees. Now, most people show off Git work trees as, hey, this is a great option if you want to, not have to give up what you're working on right now because it gives you a full separate folder to go and work on. And that's true, and that is a good use case, but I think it's even more powerful with AI agents because it does give us that separate directory. So it allows us to take our AI agents, give them a directory to work in while we continue doing the important stuff on our main one. So let's do that here. So we'll go ahead and hit new work tree, and then I'm going to pick my main branch is where I want to start this from. Do be aware if you pick your origin, it will set your upstream following that remote branch. And I don't really want my upstream tracking main. In this case, I want it to prompt me where my upstream will be. So I'm going to pick my local one here. And in this case, we're going to go through and have it implement a bit of drag drop functionality for us. This particular app has a list of code snippet things, and I want to be able to drag them around and reordering them. That sounds like a perfect task to let my AI go through and do. And then the last thing I will point out is it's going to create me this work trees directory alongside my main repository with a subfolder for drag drop. This is important because a work tree is a separate directory. You can go and interact with it with your terminal or IDEs or whatever you want to do, but it doesn't have your full Git database. What that means is you don't have a .git directory, so you don't pay that extra cost if you've got a big history tree or a lot of stuff in there. It uses the same Git database as your actual clone, but you get this second folder that you can then interact with. And you will see a little .git file in there. That's just the linkage bringing things back together. But they are effectively a lighter weight clone of your repository that you can work with. So that looks good to me. We're going to go ahead and send it. And when we open this up, you will note that over here on the left, I now have a little tree icon next to my drag drop to indicate that I am a work tree. I know, pun intended. And then up here, we'll note we've got work tree there, this little drop down if we want to switch, and also this little X is another way of getting out of our work tree back to our main clone if we need to. So in this case, we are going to go through, and I'm going to pop my terminal open here. And you'll see that it's opened up already into my work trees folder. If you'd previously opened up the terminal in the main clone, you may have to CD and move your directory around just because there is just the one terminal for the repo tab. So just keep an eye on what one you're in. It's really easy to accidentally forget. And in this case, I have GitHub Copilot installed, the CLI. And so I'm going to prompt it to go through and implement my drag drop feature. I've given it a little bit of information as far as the dependencies I want to use, giving it access to the tools. It's not quite a full YOLO mode, but it's close. So we're going to send it and let it take off and start doing work. And while it's working, we're going to switch back to our main clone and actually continue working on the more high priority stuff. So in this case, I've got a teammate that has gone through and sent me a cloud patch. Now, patch files in Git are effectively a single file representing all of the data in a commit. You can go through and make patch files and email them around and that kind of thing, or GitKraken allows for what's called a cloud patch, effectively taking that same patch file, but leveraging some cloud infrastructure to be able to share that between team members or email it back and forth if you want the links to do that. In my case, I've just generated a public link, and that lands me here. So I can take this link, send it to any teammates that I want. And in this case, they can choose how they want to open it. If they're a GitKraken desktop user, if they'd rather be in GitLens and VS Code, or if neither, they can open it in GitKraken Dev. In our case, we're doing GitKraken desktop, so we are going to pop in there. And we can see here that we've got our cloud patch up here. And we can see that right now it's based on my installer branch. We're going to actually just apply this to main. We don't want to go through and do this. And we can go through and look at all the changes here if we want, or we can just go ahead and apply this patch. And it's going to prompt us if we want to immediately make a commit. And we'll say no for the moment. We want to actually think about what we're doing before we get too carried away. And more importantly, we're on main. This isn't really where we would want to commit the changes. We would actually want to get a branch going. So we can spend time going through and reviewing this. We can see Copilot's having all kinds of fun down there. So let's make a branch for this. We'll call it something like theming. And then we'll go ahead and we've got the changes stage. So we'll go ahead and use our fancy AI generated message here real quick. And that looks good. And then let's go ahead and actually submit this. So one of my favorite interactions is dragging a local branch pointer on top of the target branch where I want to open the PR. We're going to drag theming on top of main. And you'll note down here, I get this push theming and start pull request. I absolutely love this. It combines a lot of common operations that I typically do all into one simple drag drop operation. We're going to go ahead and do that. It'll ask what our upstream is. We're going to name it the same for my own sanity. And it's going to pop open the create pull request screen. And you'll note it's pre-populated the title and description for me from the commit. But what makes a good commit message and what makes a good pull request title and description aren't usually the same thing. So we are going to leverage one more wonderful AI feature of go ahead and generate me my title and description. You know, look at the changes that are in there and give me something that actually reflects that would be helpful for somebody needing to review it. Once again, gives me something, add light dark mode toggle, great, and then describes out all of the individual changes. Perfect. That's what we're looking for. Let's go ahead and create that pull request. Now you'll note I do automatically get a couple nice things as soon as I push that. One, I've got a little icon here indicating that there's an open pull request on this one. And then I also get a nice little button at the top here showing that I've got a pull request out on GitHub. Now you may or may not see these depending on your provider of choice. Different Git providers, there's different level of support and functionality there. In my case, I'm just using GitHub. We can click on this, we can see the code, we can actually review the code and suggest changes. This is another fancy button that will leverage that same kind of cloud patch backend infrastructure to be able to say, well, maybe I want to submit changes to a pull request that are outside the actual diff of the pull request. This happens quite a bit. Somebody maybe forgot to update something and you want to tell them to go and do that, but because it's not part of the pull request, there's nowhere for you to really like attach a comment to do it. This allows you to make a change locally, send it to them as a cloud patch to say, hey, here's the change in, related files here that I think you should go through and do. Awesome feature for being able to communicate effectively rather than trying to like copy and paste file names and line numbers and hoping things line up. Just give them something that actually makes sense. More importantly, the person who receives it can then just elect to accept your changes from that cloud patch right onto their branch and push it up. Right? And then they get to remain as the author rather than you pushing to their branch and all the confusion that can erupt there. But we're going to go ahead and just jump out to GitHub on this. Now, in most cases, you should wait for your pipeline to finish. But in our case, for demo purposes here, we're going to go fast and loose and just bypass and automatically squash merge, get those changes in. Because we don't have time for that. Okay, it looks like Copilot has finished implementing our drag drop feature while we were off doing other things. Great, that's what we wanted. Let's go ahead and jump back to our work tree. We can see that we are back here. We can go through and let's just stage real quick. We can see all of the changes that it ended up doing. Looks like it referenced the library I expected, made roughly the changes I was anticipating being in here, did some work to go through and do the saving operation as we expected. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. We'll go ahead and generate our commit message with AI again. Once again, not having to spend a ton of time thinking about what I need to type in here. Just let the AI summarize it for me. It's really good at that. Let it do the important thing and let me do the thinking thing. Okay, so we'll go ahead and commit that, and then we'll go ahead and push this up. And now here's the part where we would generally want to go through and open up a pull request, but we can see up here that we've got this little warning up here. This is GitKraken's conflict detection. So if we open up the pull request, we're going to have a conflict that we have to deal with. And if we click on this guy here, we can see there are some settings that let you control what the target branch is. In this case, merge target is origin main, which is generally what you're going to want it tracking. You're going to want it pointed at whatever your target branches are. Maybe you've got, a Git flow situation and you're going back to a develop branch or similar. You can customize this as you see fit. But then it gives us two nice options here about how do you want to resolve it. Because in this type of situation, there's generally two ways people go about it. They either merge main back into their branch, or they rebase their branch on top of main, depending on which way you go. Me personally, I'm a rebase guy. So we're going to take that option and we are going to send it. And not shockingly, we have a conflict, exactly as anticipated. So we are going to click here, and now we get to see the best AI feature that I absolutely love the most. Auto-resolve conflicts with AI. This is absolute gold. So the number of times I've had bugs, wasted times due to trying to struggle through conflict resolution is high. I don't like it. This feature goes through and lets the AI resolve most conflicts fairly accurately, at least to the same level that I would have been able to do it by hand, if not better, because it's often more concerned with little details that maybe I would go through and overlook. Now, in this case, there's only one conflict in this file, so we only have one of these, but if you had multiple conflicts, you might see multiple blocks here as well, but we can also see that it is really confident, 100%. And just briefly glancing at it, we still have control of the three-way merge. We can make changes depending on if it made a mistake and we want to do something a little different. But in this case, that looks perfect. Let's go ahead and save it. We'll continue the rebase. There we are. Quick, easy. Branch is ready to go. We could once again go through and open up a pull request, and we'll have had 3 changes completed in the amount of time that we've been sitting here on this talk. So I realized that was a whirlwind tour, a lot of features really quickly. GitKraken Desktop has a bunch more packed into it that unfortunately, just with the time constraints, I wasn't able to show you today. I'd highly encourage you to go through and check it out. And even the entire family of GitKraken products. GitLens has some extra tricks in there. There's a CLI, MCP server, lots of great stuff packed in there. So hope you enjoy your GitKon. Stick around for more great content. And as always, happy coding.
This is what your Git history looks like when you're actually getting work done. But there is hope. We built something that rewrites your Git history, which looks better than it actually sounds. It's called Commit Composer, and it uses AI to turn commit chaos into something actually readable. It works on full commit ranges or whatever mess is currently sitting unstaged in your working directory, especially if you haven't pushed yet and you want to pretend it was clean all along. No rebase gymnastics, no cherry pick limbo, just clean, logical commits that tell a coherent story. And don't worry, your original branch stays untouched until you hit the button to create commits. When it's done, you get organized commits with cleaner, more useful messages. Commit Composer. Try it before your reviewer roasts you.
Thanks, Kevin. It's easy to get lost in marketing speak when we're promoting our tools and features, and I love how Kevin broke things down into real and practical examples that you can use today in your own dev processes. Now, shifting gears a bit, we're going to learn about spec-driven development and how some of the AI shift is making us put on our own product manager hats to guide AI towards the right outcomes. Eric Hanchett from AWS is going to break down what spec-driven development even is and how you can use it in specialized tools like Kiro.
Hi GitKon, my name is Eric Hanchett, and today we're going to talk about spec-driven development. I'm a senior developer advocate at AWS, and this is a topic I love talking about because coding agents really need this, and it's a really neat feature. So let's jump into it. So first, what is spec-driven development? I've heard a lot of people talk about this recently, and a lot of people have different ideas what it is, but I really like this definition. It's a development approach where detailed structured specs or specifications are created before any code is written. So if you've been around the software development space for a while, you may have heard something similar with like the waterfall methods way back in the day where you would create these really detailed design documents and requirements documents before you even jumped into code. Well, it happens to be that coding assistants, AI coding assistants, really like that. They really like having detailed documents, design documents, and requirements documents because it really helps it understand what you're trying to build. And so let me show you how you can do this today. So first, we're going to talk about what are specs. And specs are a part of the definition for our spec-driven development. So let's take a look here. So basically they're the reference to the formal requirements, rules, constraints that govern the creation and behavior of a system. So these are the detailed requirements documents, those design documents that we know and love. I feel like the art of writing requirements documents and design documents have been lost a little bit. Some companies are very good at it. At AWS, we're a very document-driven culture and we write lots of these different requirements documents. However, I've seen a lot of companies don't. And obviously, if you're trying to move fast, writing these documents aren't always possible. But this is where coding assistants are really good at and can really help you with it. So let's take a look at what that would be in detail for. Now, I would have to give a plug here for Kiro. Kiro is a new AI IDE or coding assistant, and it helps you create applications and features. It's built off of VS Code, it has Vibe, and plus it has this very important mode called spec mode. So we have really put a lot of effort into this spec-driven development as being a major feature for our coding, for this Kiro. And we feel like it's really the future of using the AI coding assistants. So let's take a look a little bit more. First, a shout out. Also, if you'd like to try this out today, you can try it out for free at kiro.dev. We just recently went into general availability, so we are open to everyone. We actually released it several months ago, and we got such a huge influx of people wanting to try it. We had to put up a wait list, and then people found a way around the wait list, but it's been a venture. We've heard so many good things about people trying out Kiro, so many positive things, especially people really just love the idea of this spec-driven development. So I'm really happy to talk to you guys about it today in this talk. Now, I have been talking about Kiro a lot the last few minutes, but let's imagine for some reason you aren't using Kiro, and if you're not, why not? But that's okay. You can actually use this spec-driven development with any coding assistant out there, albeit it'll be a little different and take a lot more manual steps. But let's take a look and see how that would be done. So first, you need to really prompt your IDE to tell it exactly what you want. So the idea is we're going to create a bunch of different types of markdown files. Each markdown file is going to use the previous markdown file as context to help building upon it until you can really get to that point where users can jump in, or where you can actually start implementing it, or in this case, the coding assistant will implement it. So the first step would be like create a requirements document. So you would give it as much context as you can Don't worry, I don't expect everyone to create paragraphs and paragraphs of information, but it might be like a high level, hey, I'm creating a task management system. It needs to do XYZ. You put that into the prompt and say, please create me a detailed user requirements document. Then it would create that document, and then you would add it into your context, and you say, hey, based on this user requirements document, create a design document. A design document is higher level. It has a little bit more details of what technologies you're going to use. It has probably a diagram or two inside of it, and it's really going to explain how you're going to put this together. I really like design documents that have types in there and interfaces, so I know exactly how it's integrating everything together. And then finally, you're like, okay, based on these two documents you just created, create me a implementation details. Create me a set of task list, a to-do list of things that need to be done based on those two. And then you can prompt your IDE to complete each one by one. And it'll give you a lot of information. And these documents now will be a history of what you've built, which is really nice. You could do it that way, or in Kiro, we have one simple button. We have a panel on the right-hand side. Inside that panel, we have vibe mode, which is the one vibe coding that we all know and love, just asking our coding assistant to do XYZ. However, we can do now spec mode and tell it, no, don't do it XYZ. Let's build a plan beforehand. One really fun thing, and maybe a little funny too, is how thinking about when you're building something, is it a spec or is it a vibe? And it doesn't make sense to make everything a spec, and it doesn't make sense to make everything a vibe code everything either. So when I think about spec, I'm thinking about features that take a little bit more thoughtfulness beforehand, something that's a little bit bigger, something you may have gotten from your product manager and they gave you a list of things, that might be a good candidate. Or if you're going in creating a feature and you're just going back and forth with vibe coding, that might be a hint to you that maybe this would have been better as a spec. So anything that needs upfront planning as well. So let's take a look at an example here. Like, build a website to help teach developers how to use my LMS. And so that could be a good spec. That could be a good starting point for a spec. Now, you probably want to put a little bit more detail in there, but from that, AI is really good at just taking very small prompts and creating very interesting outputs from it. So in this case, it would create this requirements document. So it's 3 parts. These are 3 phases. Starts with the requirements phase, and it creates an introduction, a list of requirements, and acceptance criteria. I prefer the user story acceptance criteria way of creating requirements documents. You may have a different way you like requirements documents. This is what it defaults to in Kiro. It's a lot of information, but it's great. I'd also go through this and maybe delete a requirement if it didn't make sense, or make some updates, because I think that would help as well. Then from there, after you say, hey, this looks good, it builds a design document. You can see even here in this example, we have these a little bit of ASCII art of MCP client, movie MCP, how the system is going to work. It also creates mermaid diagrams too. This is all Markdown. And then I would go through here, double check it, make sure it has the correct technologies, everything I want. And then I would take a pause here because the implementation step's next, but I would once again double check both documents for inconsistencies, hallucinations, errors. It's pretty good, honestly, especially if you use something like Kiro, but you definitely want to double check to it. So this isn't a one shot, you're done. It's iteration. It's you looking over the documents, you making updates, you making changes, and making sure it's what you want. And then finally, you get a task list or the implementation details. And you can see in here, it's very structured in Kiro. You can have this however you like you have each individual task. Sometimes you have subtasks to that task. You have requirements it's looking for. And you create a new directory structure for the MCP server implementation. This is kind of some of the steps I see in here. Use a Python virtual environment, blah, blah, blah. So it's very detailed. Also, with our new property-based testing, that's something that recently came out with our GA release, our general availability release. You would also include these tests in here. And the tests would help test against the requirements itself. And it also helps test multiple times. So it'll use some random data to make sure that the different parts of your app actually act the way they're supposed to. And I'll show you an example of that in a second. Another great way you can think about this, a good tip, if you're using Kiro or not, is use MCP. That's your Model Context Protocol. I use something like Context 7 is one of my favorite MCP servers, but it has some great docs in there. So what I tell it to is, hey, while you're building my specs, can you actually check our project management service? So if I'm using Jira or something else, pull information from the project management system and add it to the spec. So you can even use that to help like create those requirements. You can also grab technical details. So if you're using something like Context 7, like maybe it's using Tailwind and it's using the latest version of Tailwind. You want to make sure that your design is using the latest version of Tailwind. And sometimes some large language models might be a little bit out of date. So you can create what are called rules files or steering files in Kiro and say, hey, yes, always make sure you pull from our project management system using MCP. Always pull from Context 7. That way, as it's building the specs, it'll be closer to what you're actually looking at to do. Let's take a look at a demo. So I'm just going to open up Kiro. And here is Kiro right here. So this is a task management, just a simple, almost a few steps above a to-do app that I was playing around with. And you can see right here, I have vibe and spec mode. And I went through it and I created some specs. Now it creates a .kiro folder in the root of your project. And you can take a look at what it did here. So here is the spec mode. And here is the design. Here's the requirements. Here's the first thing it did. So this looks kind of like those screenshots I just showed you. Introduction, glossary, has a bunch of requirements. I actually had an additional requirement 8, which I thought wasn't needed. So I told Kiro as I was going through the spec mode to delete it. And then here is the design. This has just some ASCII boxes in here. Sometimes it creates a mermaid design, but that's fine. But you can see here, very specific about what technologies we're going to use. We're using Vue. This is a Nuxt app, so I wanted to make sure it's using Nuxt UI, it's using the latest version of Vue, it's using Postgres, one of my favorite databases, of course Zod, and it just has a lot of details. It has details of every single endpoint. If you know Nuxt, it's a meta framework for Vue. You can actually have server routes on it, and it has detailed server routes, even has schemas for the database layer, and interfaces. So this is exactly what I would expect from a coding assistant. If I created my own design document, I'd probably put some of these things in it. I could also just copy and paste. If someone in my team has already created a design document, I could have put it in here, but it's nice that this created it all for me. And then of course it created this task list, which then I have already completed. I went through it and had it complete each one by one, almost all of them. Nice thing too is I can click the view changes here. I can see it's completed. And if I want to see exactly what it did. Now these property-based tests here are really nice. So these property-based tests, you can see a couple of them here in this file. Let's look at this index post test file. So what this does is it uses this library called fastcheck. And it does a bunch of assertions. But you can see here, it's checking minimum lengths, maximum lengths, essentially the unit tests that you all love, but it's really making sure what we had in the requirements documents is correct. And it's also, in some of these, it runs it multiple times. So you can see num runs 100. So it runs it multiple times to make sure it thoroughly tests this feature. In this case, this persistence create task exists in database. So very helpful, very nice to use. And it does that everywhere with these property-based tests. I also have it, if you look in here, this is the little Kiro button. Here is all different parts of it. My face is actually blocking, but there is an area here where it has MCP servers, which is where I would set my MCP servers. A nice thing too, I haven't showed this out, but we have agent hooks. So you could have every time a process ends or every time you save a file, it does something. So like a common one is like create a test every time you finish a component. So every time it saves components, it will create a unit test for it. You can do things like that. And then I can also have multiple specs. So this is just one for task management, but let's say later on I want to add in a real-time chat. So I can go back in, create another spec by just going to spec mode here, prompting it, and then create another one. So I found when I've used this, I just did this recently for my son. He's a big chess fan. I wanted to create in vibe code and use spec mode to create a chess game. And it was really thorough. Like it went through every single possible move for each chess piece. It created a test for each individual chess piece. It had a lot of information in there. And I was able to just go through, just like I'm showing you here with that design requirements document, deleting things, and then finally going to the tasks and then having implement them all. So it was really nice. All right. If you like to learn more about Kiro, shout out to Kiro.dev. You can try it now for free. Also, if you just like, we have our own community. If you like this idea of spec-driven development, there is lots of different ways you can do spec-driven development with different tools. There's some open source tools, but you can also just go to discord.gg/Kiro.dev. You don't even have to have Kiro if you like that. If you just want to talk about spec-driven development, you can jump into our Discord server. We have many, many people on there. Like I said, this whole movement of spec-driven development has really blown up, and I'm really excited that Kiro is right in the middle of it. So thanks everybody. I love to talk to people that are interested in this space, especially AI agents, coding assistants. So follow me at Eric Hanchett on LinkedIn, add me. Also, you can follow me on X and Blue Sky at Eric CH. Thanks. I appreciate it, everybody.
I think spec-driven development and planning mode in various tools has reshaped how I approach AI-driven development, and I hope you took away some ideas about how they can improve your workflows as well. This next talk is especially interesting to me because I'm really into gaming, but I never considered how hard it is to secure those kinds of environments. Audrey Long, Senior Gaming Cloud Security Architect at Microsoft, is going to talk about things from a high level, but also dig into something cool she built that she's really proud of, with the talk, Building Security into Developer Velocity, how we made compliance invisible.
Hey everybody, welcome to my talk. Let's go ahead and get started. Today, we're going to deep dive into our session, Building Security into Developer Velocity, how we made identity compliance invisible. I'm Audrey Long, a Senior Gaming Cloud Security Architect for Microsoft Gaming Security. Before we jump in, let's take a brief look at the agenda. So today, we're going to talk about a big problem statement across enterprises that have many Entra ID tenants that they need to secure. We're going to go over the Entra tenant security scanner, the baseline that we created for it, and then go into some tooling discussions around the architecture and the tool that was built custom for gaming. Before we dive in, here's a little bit about me. So I have my master's degree in cybersecurity from the Johns Hopkins University, and I have my undergrad in computer science from the University of Cincinnati. I have always been in security throughout my whole career, starting in embedded firmware engineering, and now I'm all the way up in the cloud. So I'm always happy to talk about career opportunities for folks in either spaces. I also am a huge nerd. Right now, my current favorite book series is The Dresden Files, and Dungeon Crawler Carl is very, very, very quickly rising to the top of my book list. I would say my favorite games are King's Quest VII, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, and Elden Ring at the moment. I love to create, I love to do talks, and I'm very happy to go do things outdoors. So very happy to talk about any hobbies outside of this talk. So let's jump into the problem statement here. Microsoft's gaming division manages a large and complex cloud environment spanning numerous independent game studio Microsoft Entra ID tenants. Currently, there is no easy integrated baseline tooling to automatically validate each tenant's security configuration against a consistent set of identity controls. This tooling gap makes it difficult to ensure that all studios maintain a uniform security baseline for identity and access management. Critical security settings such as phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication, privileged access restrictions, and conditional access rules can be inconsistently applied or drift over time without a centralized enforcement mechanism. And this introduces potential security gaps and operational overhead. The scale of our gaming fleet with double-digit number of Entra ID tenants further exacerbates these issues, as manual audits are labor-intensive, error-prone, and they're not scalable. So in summary, the lack of a baseline configuration scanner for Entra ID across all gaming studios hampers visibility into our overall identity security posture, and it limits our ability to quickly identify misconfigurations, posing risk to security and reducing operational efficiency in cloud governance. Game developers move really fast. They're pushing builds daily, collaborating across teams, and iterating constantly. But traditional security tooling, it wasn't really built for that pace. It was designed for enterprise IT, slow, rigid, and full of friction. We were asking creative teams to stop what they're doing and jump through hoops to prove that they were compliant. False positives, manual reviews, spreadsheets, tickets, it was a mess. And the worst part, there was no tooling that actually worked for our world. Nothing existed that could scan Entra ID tenants in a way that was fast, automated, and developer-friendly. So we stopped waiting. We built it ourselves. We started with Microsoft's corporate identity baseline, which consists of 65 identity controls. But we knew that that would not fly in gaming. Our studios aren't traditional enterprises. They're creative, collaborative, and constantly evolving. So we rolled up our sleeves and distilled those requirements down to 49 essential checks, the ones that actually matter for game development and enhanced security posture. Then we built a system that run those checks invisibly. No pop-ups, no portals, no interruptions. Developers don't even know what's happening. They just stay compliant by default, and we have observability over all of their tenant configurations. This wasn't a product we bought. It was a framework we engineered from scratch. We wrote every control check as code. We made it run in the background automatically across every tenant. We didn't just make compliance easier, we really made it disappear. So, what is our gaming security baseline? It's a custom set of 49 Entra ID security controls that we specifically tailored for our gaming studios. As previously stated, we started from our Microsoft standard corporate identity baseline. However, we didn't just take Microsoft's 65 enterprise identity controls and slap them onto our studios. That would have crushed their workflows. Instead, we distilled those down to 49 essential identity controls. We focused on the essentials: strong, phishing-resistant, multi-factor authentication, intelligent conditional access policies, tight privileged access management, and the things that truly safeguard our identities and our intellectual property. We didn't slow down development or creativity. The baseline works behind the scenes to reduce risk, while our teams continue to build world-class games. In short, this security baseline is built for gaming. It gives our studios effective protection and peace of mind that their accounts and assets are safe, with minimal friction on their day-to-day operations. And as we all know, you can't have a baseline without having observability controls. So to make this baseline truly effective, we created the Entra ID Tenant Security Scanner, our security observability tool for gaming. Powered by the Maester framework, we are now monitoring all of our gaming identity tenants, continuously checking each of those 49 controls and updating dashboards. The payoff has been huge. We have 100% adoption, and every single game studio tenant is onboarded and being scanned. That means no blind spots, full coverage across studios. We've dramatically reduced critical misconfigurations in those tenants. effectively eliminating the major identity gaps that could lead to breaches. The Entra Tenant Security Scanner dashboard shows at a glance how each studio is doing against the baseline, where any issues might be, and where we're improving. In short, with the power of Maester and our new baseline, we've achieved complete coverage, stronger security, and better oversight, all without slowing down our game production. Let's walk through what makes the Entra Tenant Security Scanner such a critical part of our security strategy. First, it's built on the Maester framework, which allows us to systematically grade the configuration of our Entra ID tenant fleet. This means we can assess and enforce security standards across all of our game studios with consistency and precision. The scanner covers key areas of identity security, such as authentication, governance, and conditional access. These are foundational pillars for protecting our environments, especially given the scale and complexity of our tenant landscape. We've embedded the critical security controls like phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication checks, privileged identity management checks, and device compliance checks. These are high-impact safeguards that directly reduce risk across our identity perimeter. What's unique here is that the entire framework is tailored to our game studios. It's designed to support the fast-paced, collaborative, and creative nature of game development without compromising on security. And finally, we've built in support for governance features like quarterly access reviews and guest user management. This helps us maintain long-term hygiene and ensures our environments remain secure and compliant over time. Now, this is where the builder story really comes alive. We didn't just integrate with GitHub Actions. We made it the backbone of our architecture. Developers already live in GitHub, so we made security live there too. No new tools, no new portals. Security checks run automatically in existing workflows. We use the federated identity credentials to securely manage workload identities. This enables the scanner to authenticate and interact with each tenant without manual intervention. Scheduled jobs run regularly to provide instant insights into tenant posture. These results are easy to store and share back with studio tenant owners, giving them actionable data to improve their configurations. The actual testing is powered by custom PowerShell scripts that evaluate the specific baseline controls that we care about. It's infrastructure as code meets security as code. Altogether, this architecture ensures that our security testing is scalable, efficient, and deeply aligned with our operational needs. Let's look at how life changed for our developers. Before we built this, compliance was a nightmare. Studios had to chase down spreadsheets, open tickets, wait for security and IT to review their tenant settings, and it was really slow, manual, and disruptive. Security reviews often delayed releases, and developers dreaded it. After we built the scanner, everything changed. After implementing our scanner, compliance became invisible. Every studio's tenant is scanned nightly, and results are available instantly in a dashboard. Developers don't need to do anything extra. No manual investigations, no portals, no interruptions. Security just happens in the background, and they get to stay focused on building games. We didn't just improve the process, we eliminated it. We replaced a broken system with code. We turned a blocker into a background service, and we did it by building something that didn't exist. Now I'm going to step into a demo, which is going to go into one of our Maester reports and show you a few of the tests and what the results look like for our tenant owners. Here you can see a Maester test result for our project sanctuary test tenant. You can see that there are custom security checks for each of the security baselines that we care about with very easy pass-fail integration right here in the report. Now, the really cool thing about this as well is that we've integrated our own severity for each of these tests so that developers can really focus on the criticals and highs that really make a big difference. Now let's jump into this test. This one's testing to see if there's a proper Entra ID license. And the great thing about it is that we can tell instantly if the license is there or not. Now let's jump into another test that really goes into the authentication methods of the tenant. We want to ensure that they're properly enabled and disabled, and we have remediation steps catered to each of these tests so the developers can really focus and understand how to remediate quickly. Now, for one other cool feature about the Maester framework is that we can easily click into some of these tenant configurations to understand exactly where the problem is and how to fix it. In this example, I'm showing that this identity actually has a license that it should not have. So we can click on that identity in the report and it takes us right to that tenant, right to that account, and we can remediate instantly. Thank you everybody so much for listening to my talk. I hope this has been very insightful for some folks, because remember, if a tool doesn't exist, just build it and you'll see the instant results. Please follow me on LinkedIn, and if you have any questions, I'm always happy to take them here in this forum or online. Thank you so much for attending my talk.
Your fellow devs deserve better Git workflows, and you deserve to get rewarded for sharing what works. Refer your community to GitKraken and earn $20 for every paid sign-up. GitKraken referral program. Share the tool that works and get paid for it.
Security compliance is a nightmare, and making it a manual effort leaves a lot of room for mistakes. It's pretty cool to see how you can automate 49 specific security checks within a GitHub action for gaming projects at scale. We have another great panel coming up that I think will be especially useful for devs trying to enter the market these days. Kate Adams leads a panel made up of Maggie Hutter, GitKraken's recruiting specialist, Dmitry Fonarev, CEO of TestCube, Leon Noel, founder of 100 Devs and Managing Director of Engineering at Resilient Coders, and Danny Thompson, Director of Technology at This.Labs. They'll be talking about leveling up, how developers can craft a meaningful career in the age of AI.
Hey everybody, hello and welcome to Leveling Up, how developers can craft a meaningful career in the age of AI. My name's Kate Adams and I'm the CMO of GitKraken and also the lucky moderator of this panel. We're going to jump right in because I have one of the most talented panels I've ever had the pleasure of hosting with me here today, and I want you to hear it as much as you can from them and not me. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to each of our panelists to introduce themselves. So, Leon, if you wouldn't mind kicking us off.
Sure.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Leon Noel. I'm Manager Director of Engineering for a wonderful nonprofit called Resilient Coders, a community member at 100 Devs. Prior to helping place over 1,000 plus people from new careers into software engineering, I was a tech executive, an associate at Harvard, and distinguished faculty at General Assembly.
That's awesome. Thanks so much. Welcome. Danny, let's go over to you.
I'm Danny Thompson. I'm Director of Technology. I am also kind of popular on the internet. I help thousands land jobs in tech. I've helped people constantly grow their tech stacks. I've solved tons of problems for organizations from the Fortune 500 to small mom and pop. And I genuinely just love taking complicated problems and making it very approachable. We also have a podcast called the Programming Podcast. And we give a lot of good information and advice on there. So highly recommend checking that out.
A lot of good. I hear it's the top 40 in technology. So
You heard
it's
right.
got to be chock full of good stuff there.
You're
Awesome,
right.
Danny. Thanks for being here. Maggie, let's go over to you if you wouldn't mind an introduction to yourself.
Yeah, hey everyone, happy to be here. I'm Maggie Hutter. I'm the recruitment lead here at GitKraken. So I manage our hiring needs and open roles across the entire company from product to engineering and go-to-market and non-technical roles as well. And yeah, I'm super passionate about connecting people with meaningful work and happy to be here today to share some insights and thoughts from a recruiting lens.
Awesome. Thanks. And last but certainly not least, Dmitry.
Hi, I'm Dmitry Fonarev. I'm the CEO of a company called TestCube. TestCube is a testing control plane for unifying and democratizing all your testing needs. That's the company that I started with my co-founder and CTO a few years ago, but prior to that, I spent several years at a company called SmartBear, which was in a software testing and development tool space. And there are a bunch of good things that happened to me there. One of them, the top 2 or 3 that happened to me there, was meeting Kate.
I'm very, very lucky myself to have met you there. So let's kick it off. Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad to have you here. Let's kick it off. I got the first question. Danny, I'm going to throw this one over to you. And then Dimitri, I'll have you answer it if you don't mind. First up, how do you see the role of the developer evolving in the age of AI? Right? We've got new headlines every other day. Like, what's your take on it? How do you see the role changing?
I think there's a lot of areas where there's growth, especially depending, and it really is dependent upon the level that you're at. One prime example of this, the other day I saw a ton of junior developer roles that were all having the same requirement, familiarity with AI. They were all asking for the same thing. One prime example of that was Salesforce. I think I saw like 40 roles open among all the areas, right? It's becoming a necessary part of the tech stack, number one. But number two, the real reality is a lot of software developers at all levels are, number one, experimenting with AI. A lot of organizations are trying to figure out what their AI strategy actually looks like. And there's a lot of money being spent in here right now because some of them don't know. And they're spending money really just trying to figure out what that looks like. And any developer at any level that can come on and potentially guide them in a direction is a very big positive right now. The secondary part of this is it's becoming what I call the technical translator. You're really taking technical requirements and achievements and explaining in a way that maybe even the non-technical can be familiar with it, but it's also in a way to guide your agentic tooling in the direction that you need it to go. This is the biggest area of growth that we're seeing right now, or the biggest change really, because so many companies are bringing it on. Some companies are just sticking with OpenAI because that's where they signed the enterprise agreement with, where some companies are very experimental. So one prime example of that is I have a tech conference that we do here in Dallas, Texas called Commit Your Code Conference. And we were interviewing the CTO of Yum Brands, which is the parent company of like Pizza Hut, KFC. And they talked about how they were testing Claude Code and how they were able to solve production outages in a matter of minutes simply because they had the entire team on a call and one person was experimenting on the side while another person was debugging in real time. Things like that, it's not necessarily the item of you don't necessarily know the technical skill, but you're translating in a way where you can have a lot more speed and access to information to get the right answers at the right time. And I think this is where we're seeing the evolution right now. We're seeing soft skills matter a lot more in the decision-making process than ever before, especially when you're looking at things like communication or teamwork. This is weighing a lot, significantly more in the decision-making process compared to maybe a decade to 2 ago, where your technical ability was the only thing that truly mattered as a software engineer or software developer in the field. I think more exposure to ideas and tools as well is something that's also being weighed in. And so you're finding some software developers almost talk about how they're having to go outside of their normal area of expertise in order just to familiarize themselves with some trivia so that way they can throw it into an interview or conversation. It's definitely part of the landscape right now, and it's interesting times, but it's very manageable to say the least. So it's just more exposure.
That's great. Thank you. Dimitri, how do you see the role changing? Danny's got more soft skills needed, easier access to information. How do you see the role of the developer changing with AI?
I think from my perspective, it's an evolution. And as we all know, we are at the very, very early stages of that journey. Anybody who would say that they know what a developer's role will look like 10 years ago, probably don't know what they're talking about. We know it's going to be different. How different? I think that's what we are trying to figure out, and the people who are part of that experience are shaping it and figuring out themselves. I think that software is not going to go away. I think it's actually going to be quite the opposite. We're going to have NX more software 10 years from now than we have today. And I think that's going to be an exponential curve. And therefore, people will have to figure out how to create that software together. I think there is way too much focus right now, and maybe it's not even focus, it's probably more like hype on how AI generates code. But as most people who've been in the industry know, generating code is not the same thing as creating software that solves people's problems. Whether it's going to be software developers who manage agents and figure out new skills and new approaches how to manage multiple agents that write stupid code for you or smart code for you, I don't know, but it'll happen. One short anecdote I can tell you is that a son of a good friend of mine just finished internship last year, this summer, in Apple, and at least in the team that he was in, the process was that an intern needs to complete 4 projects over the course of, I think, 8 weeks. And you are allowed to use Cursor or any other AI. He was coming to them at the end of every 3 or 4 days and say, I'm done. What do you want me to do next? And they didn't know. Like, they've never seen that before. It's like, that's an example to me of people don't know and they're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, even at that high tier, the high tier company of Apple, like they're still figuring out. Yeah, that's great. Leon, given that, what you just heard from Danny and Dimitri, how do you see AI playing a role in the education of developers today? When we were talking the other day, you had a really interesting perspective on that. I'd love to share it with the group.
Yeah, sure. I think AI has the promise of being the greatest unlock for learners in the history of learning. And so we know some pretty concrete theory about how folks learn. And one of these papers that has the chance to finally play out is something called Bloom's 2 Sigma, which showed that one-to-one tutoring unlocks unimaginable growth in the pace of one's ability to learn. Now, one-to-one tutoring has never been scalable because it's one-to-one. With the advent of AI, that might unlock one of the biggest leaps we've ever seen for individuals to learn information and grow, specifically if we're talking about software engineering in their career. We see this already. Some individuals can adopt these tools and get unlocked and be able to learn things at a pace we've never seen before. One of the downsides might be that folks might never achieve mastery. So finding that balance between mastery and growth is something that's going to take a while for everyone to kind of figure out. But the promise of what we're seeing already, kind of like what Dimitri said, people want engineers that can hit the ground running day one. And we have individuals that can show up in a job, have AI summarize the code base, any of the things that they're touching and the features that they're building, and help them get up to speed. And what used to take 3 months can be now 3 days. And if you can start to develop some sophistication around these tools, what you're able to accomplish is frankly absurd. And so if we can figure out ways to achieve mastery and keep this one-to-one tutoring and that growth possible, it'll be the biggest boom to learners in the history of learning.
Yeah, that's such an interesting insight and not something I had thought about in terms of the one-on-one tutoring perspective of that. Switching gears a little bit, Maggie, given what we just talked about, how the roles are changing, from your perspective as a recruiter, what's standing out to you in terms of developer profiles that you're looking at today? And from your perspective and also from the hiring managers that you're working with as we look to add developers to our own team, what are some of the things that you're looking for and that the hiring managers are looking for in those profiles?
Yeah, so I think, at a high level, impact and ownership, do they have the ability to translate technical decisions into business and customer impact is kind of the secret sauce, right? And so we're kind of looking for evidence, can they operate at our size and our scale? And not only can they do the job, but can they do our version of the job and potentially, without the same resources that they may have had before, and how do we leverage AI in those cases, right? So we want to kind of understand how have they navigated some of those constraints, and not just the success stories or what they can do in an ideal environment, right? And then I think learning mindset and propensity to just continue growing and adapting. I think with the emergence of AI, the ability to adapt and how quickly you can do that is sort of, becoming the new competitive edge to keep pace with the introduction of tools and capabilities that are, that we have access to today. And then I think another thing that's really important for us as a product-driven company is product sensibility. So, understanding product trade-offs and the user impact, and just how they've collaborated with product teams before, and really understanding that impact on our users, and how our products fit into that space. And I think lastly, but not least important, is just alignment with our mission to enable developers and just improve developer experience. So either having experience in the dev tooling space or just a passion to make an impact there is also another thing that stands out.
Yeah, absolutely. I worked for a company where one of our company values at the time, and this was years and years ago, was to be a curious learning machine. And I think now more than ever, like, that is so critical and so highly valued, which is like, how are you pushing yourself to just get better at your craft over and over again? It's good stuff. Thanks, Maggie. Leon, given how the role's evolving, right, and what folks are looking for in developers, if you were advising a developer entering the field today, which I know is not hard for you to imagine because you probably do it 100 times a day, 1,000 times of a week, what would you tell a developer entering the field today to focus on? Like, what do they go do? What's their big focus? What's the keys to success?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would tell them is to listen to folks like Maggie, right? What are recruiters actually asking for in this market right now, right? And ideally, you're doing that locally. You're figuring out what's in demand in your area. What are the skills? What are the technologies? What are folks looking for? So once you identify what that skill set is, and you can combine it with things like AI to rapidly accelerate your knowledge around that skill base, that's what I'm going to advise individuals to do, is to acquire the skills that are in demand in their area. Ideally achieve mastery, which means that you're not relying on the output of AI. You're using it as a learning resource and not a learning crutch. And you make it so that you have the skills that people are asking for. Then you also have to realize that for a lot of folks, the way they get into these first opportunities is through their network. And so while you're going on this learning journey, you're learning the skills that are in demand, you're keeping up with the trends, whether it be AI or whatever specifically in your area, you're also building out a group of individuals that you can go back to when it's time and you're ready, going back to the Maggies, going back to the Dimitris, going back to Danny and saying, hey, you were really helpful at the beginning of my journey. I'm ready to start applying. Who should I talk to? If you can combine that mastery approach to learning, you can combine that with a group of folks that want to see you succeed and win, you can hopefully transition into this career or continue advancing in the career that you already have.
Awesome. Thanks, Leon. Danny, for you, here's my question. We've talked a lot about the soft skills, and I think those are so critically important. And as you pointed out, like, becoming even more important today than they've ever been before. Tell me about the hard skills, though. Like, what's some of the hard technical skills that you're saying to developers, hey, like, you got to have this, like, really keep working this?
I've said the same thing for years, and I'll reiterate it here. The people that end up getting paychecks with their name on it are the ones that solve problems. And you should position yourself more as a problem solver than a syntax pusher. And I think now, especially in this agentic era, that's probably more relevant than ever before, because it takes a few seconds to get some React code that you can throw into a front end of a website. Whether it's good or not, you're not going to know unless you can really audit whatever that syntax is. But on the next level of that is going to be then, how are you using it to solve a problem? One of the beautiful, most interesting things about technology and software development as a whole is the fact that a lot of the contributions that you can make a really impactful direct impact on the bottom line of a business, and those are measurable to a certain degree. And if you do something right, a business could potentially benefit from it. And if you're able to articulate that, then that's your pathway for raises, promotions, new opportunities, and the way that you can leverage it during company review times and things of that nature. So I think some of the technical hard skills would definitely be that problem solving aspect, whether it's front end, back end, whether it's cloud, whether it's agentic. But I think also the bigger thing too, especially now, is the ability to know that you should be auditing everything, verification through audits. And I would really be auditing anything that you're touching. So whether it's code from somebody else, I try to always think everyone is using AI, whether they know how to use it or not. And so it's my job to make sure that if it's passing through me in one way, shape, or form, I can stand by and stand behind whatever it is that I'm pushing through. So whether Leon made it or somebody else, I need to be able to say, I did the code review. I'm saying that this is quality stuff that we know we can push through and I can stand by it. And that's only going to happen via auditing.
Love that. Last question, and we've got about 3 minutes. So speed round. But last question, you got one piece of advice that you can give developers today to help them move forward in their career, right? What's the advice that you're going to give about how you think about your career in the bigger picture, in the bigger context, about how you push it through? Maybe I'll kick it off with Dimitri, because I got a preview of this answer yesterday, and I really valued the advice. But we'll kick it off with Dimitri and then go to Danny after that.
My quick one would be, especially early in your career, despite all the hype that you may hear from the Silicon Valley, do not optimize for financial outcomes. Optimize, i.e. don't optimize for your salary, optimize for working with smart people, optimize for learning and soaking in as much as you can, optimize for, like Danny was saying, solving complex problems or problems that you care about, and the rest will come.
Love it. Danny, what do you got?
Can you explain the question again? I don't necessarily know if I understand.
Sure. One piece of advice that you give to a developer around how to think about crafting their career. How do you think about putting my career together in a bigger picture way? What's one piece of advice you'd give a developer to think about?
The best thing that you could ever do is speak about yourself, so that way when people are in rooms that you are not in, they know what to say about you. And this is one of the things that it took me forever to learn, and I wish I learned it early in my career. It's probably the biggest reason why I had a very slow start in my life. And to be honest, it was a very, very hard lesson that I learned, probably the best thing that I ever did. Give people a reason to recognize your achievements. The old adage of put your head down and work hard and people are going to recognize your achievements does not exist. So if you don't give them a reason to remember you, they won't.
God, I love that. I feel that at my core. Leon, what about you? What's your one?
Danny and I spend too much time together. You got to keep track of your wins and make sure everyone knows about them. One of the biggest mistakes I see early career developers make is they have all these things they get done week to week, but when it comes time for promotion, when it comes time for the new job, they don't have anything they can pull out that they can show, that they can talk about. So keep track of your wins. Lean into this idea of mastery, right? Of honing your craft, of not taking the easy way out with AI. We're at the very, very, very early stages of what all of this means. And the individuals that continue to write good code, individuals that can continue to audit good code will always have a place, will always have a career. And so continue to develop your mastery, continue to be public about your wins, and I think you'll do okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Leon. And last but not least, Maggie.
Yeah, I think my advice would be, don't wait for the perfect time or more certainty to experiment or try new things. I think those are sort of illusions of safety. So, dive into new things, dive into AI before you're ready, and start building that confidence, start small and build on what you already know. And then, just, be introspective, figure out how to get comfortable outside of your comfort zone. Whatever that may look like for you today, because I feel like that's really where the magic happens.
I love it. Folks, I am so grateful for you all joining this session today. I learned so much. If I were to walk away with 3 key takeaways from this session, I am going to say, 1, use AI as a learning tool, not just an easy way out, and use it to help you achieve mastery, help you master your craft. 2, understand business impact and find good people to achieve that business impact with. And then maybe the last thing is, like, nobody cares about your career as much as you do. So make sure you advocate for yourself and bring your wins to the table. Such good stuff, folks. I'm really, really grateful for your time, and I appreciate you being here so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye,
everyone.
bye.
Most developers struggle alone, but GitKraken ambassadors get direct access to the teams behind their favorite Git tools. When you join the ambassador program, you're not just creating content, you're building professional skills and growing your personal brand. Create 2 pieces of quarterly content featuring GitKraken Desktop, GitLens, or Git integration for Jira. Get legendary swag, GitKraken Advanced Access, and networking opportunities with developers worldwide. Plus, provide feedback directly to GitKraken's product teams. Stop struggling solo and join a community that accelerates your career. Apply at gitkraken.com/ambassador today. I really enjoyed that one. Danny and Leon are good friends, and it's just great to hear their perspective. The dev landscape is changing, but that doesn't mean it's going away. Keep yourself in the game and have fun doing it. Now, rounding out our talks for the day, we have Ole Lensmar, CTO of TestCube, talking about code quality and how it's related to AI-generated code with his talk titled, How to Get Ahead of Quality Issues from AI-Generated Code.
Hello, and welcome to this session on how to get ahead of quality issues from AI-generated code. I'm Ole Lensmar, your host, CTO at TestCube. Really happy to be here to talk to you about this topic today. Let's level set. What is the Gen AI quality challenge? Well, first of all, LLMs make mistakes, just like humans do, right? Some of those mistakes are similar to the mistakes that a developer might make, but some of those mistakes are more specific to LLMs and how they work. But regardless, both of those mistakes need to be proactively managed so they don't kind of creep into your code and into your production deployment. As a developer using AI to generate code, you're maybe more focusing on prompt and context engineering, helping AI basically create valid code, less typing, more reviewing and validating. And as from a testing perspective, we need to continue to shift testing left. Really important to review and run tests early, especially for Gen AI code. We need to also shift testing right, meaning that we want to run pre-production tests to make sure that things haven't slipped through cracks before they go into production. And finally, testing does have to happen continuously across the entire SDLC. I'll get back to all of this. Let's have a quick look at some mistakes that LLMs make that also humans make, just to kind of level set what could go wrong when you're using AI to generate code. One is just simpler logic that looks right, but is actually wrong, like off by 1 errors, not starting at 0 while you should be starting at 1, or ending before the end of a loop when you should be going all the way through. Reversing conditions, kind of small mistakes that humans and AI can make just based on their training data. Another one could be just misinterpreted business rules. So an AI might think that a canceled order can't be edited, while it actually can be edited. It's just that you haven't specified that. And a human could, of course, make the same mistake if they haven't been given those requirements. That misconception might be in their code as well. Not handling edge cases or invariants, checking for null, making sure you don't, get negative values or values that you're not expecting, something that AI doesn't always handle for if you don't ask it to explicitly. And of course, I speak for myself, I've made that mistake many times as a developer, things that are easy to forget. More complex, let's say you're working with asynchronous or concurrency issues, where you have shared states across multiple threads or processes. This is something that an AI can get wrong, definitely, just as a human can get wrong. Once again, it's super important to guide an AI right on the requirements and how things are supposed to work. Finally, security, a very common topic, since AI is trained on code that may not always be secure, it'll, of course, might also be generating code that isn't always secure. And this could be, prone to injection attacks, logging secrets to standard output, or not doing authorization the correct way. More interesting, maybe, is to look at some mistakes that LLMs can make that humans usually don't make. So one is around mixing patterns. So, for example, if you ask an AI to generate a caching strategy or concurrency model, it might have been trained on different caching strategies and might mix those up because it doesn't really know kind of what belongs to what strategy. A human would never do, or usually not do that. They'll stick to one strategy, but they might get it wrong. Another is just incorrect assumptions based on the data they've been trained on. This could be about data formats. It could be how data structures work, if they're sorted, or if they're, maybe what kind of units you're using, that kind of stuff. Another common issue is that AIs don't always follow through in a multi-step process. They don't do the finalizers at the end, or the cleanups, or the invalidation of tokens, because that's not always in training data. Those same mistakes could be in the data that they've been trained on, and so it's important to check for that an LLM actually follows all the way through. This is not something that humans usually forget, although of course they can. Semantic drift is interesting. An AI might create a function where it uses a variable in the beginning of the function for one thing and then uses that same variable at the end of the function for something else. It doesn't really have a contextual understanding of what it's doing, right? It's generating code based on patterns and might not always see that it's actually reusing variables semantically that are in an incorrect way. Finally, incorrect assumptions about execution environments, right? An AI might think, oh, this is going to be running under, I don't know, Windows or Linux, or running under a specific version of something. That a developer would probably not make that mistake because they have a better understanding of the context. This another example of where an AI needs help to generate correct code. So let's have a look at some ways to get ahead of the problems that might arise and to make sure that the quality of the code is good. One is really just around prompt engineering. So it's super important to be really clear and spend some time on creating a prompt. Don't just write a prompt, create this and then hope it's going to go right, because just as I showed and just as it would for a human, a very lacking requirements will result in things not really working as you expect them to. So providing clear constraints and invariants around the data that's being provided. Ask a model to reason step by step and explain to you what it's planning to do. Many models do this automatically today, so that's a great thing. It's a great way to break down and make sure things go right. Make clear to specify environments, versions, etc. What it's allowed to use, what it's not allowed to use to solve the problem. For example, use this version of Java, only use the existing libraries, target this operating system or this Kubernetes version or whatever it might be. Also, focus more on correctness than being clever, right? So you can tell an LLM to say, hey, prefer simple code, don't overdo it, don't introduce abstractions unless you have to. AI, once again, it's been trained on code. It can sometimes go over the, over the roof and generate very complex solutions to very simple problems. That's something that you can really guide it in your prompts. And finally, require tests and behavioral checks, right? You can do test-driven development with AI. You can actually ask it to first generate tests based on some requirements, and then ask it to implement code that now makes these tests pass. But you can also ask it to just generate tests as it goes along to continuously validate the behavior that it's implementing. Taking this a step further is what we call context engineering. So this is about helping your LLM have a bigger context of the code that it's generating. So it sees the project's real patterns, right? Not just the generic patterns from training data. So it matches your style and constraints and architecture, and maybe understands the domain rules that developers in your team know implicitly. And the techniques for this is basically show an LLM, right? Or write condensed rules about how your existing code base works, what patterns you've used, and what architectural styles you've used. You can tell it domain types. You can tell it obviously about constraints, similar to what we said earlier. And these contexts can be captured in a separate file that you can include in all your prompts, just to make sure that whatever the LLM generates will always have the high-level correct context for generating code. And of course, you can include testing in that as well, both on how you're doing testing, how you expect to do testing. So you can summarize it that while context engineering shows the model how you're already doing your things and how your things work, prompt engineering tells the model what to do. Super important to get these two right. It'll go very, very far, long way to help you generate code, or AI to generate code that actually works. Next step is to really focus on automated testing. Just when you're writing manual code, you need to have tests. And that has to continue to be part of the mindset. And you need testing to validate that the code that's being written, regardless if it's from an AI or a person, tests need to be in place. So you can, of course, ask AI to generate tests for you. Those could be unit tests as part of code generation. They could be end-to-end or component tests based on the contracts or requirements that you have. Then it's super important to run those tests. The earlier, the better. Not always feasible, depending on the scope of the test and what the requirements for a testing environment is. But if you can do like static analysis before even committing, there's AI-based linters out there that kind of lint, not just using AI to lint, but also ensure that the code, obviously, that's being generated follows the rules that you have and the context that you've given. And unit testing as before. And then try to automate that, right? So it's not something you have to do manually. Make sure that those run locally. Maybe you can even spin up a local testing environment that does some component and end-to-end integration tests with mocked out third-party dependencies. Docker and Kubernetes make it super easy, or pretty easy to provision testing environments, much easier at least than it was maybe a couple of years ago. And the earlier you catch bugs and you get things right, the less problems you'll have later on. Speaking of later on, you still need to run automated tests in pre-production and environments. And this is really related to that AI, like I said before, doesn't always have context. So it can introduce very subtle bugs that might not be evident. And I guess the same goes for humans, that might have ripple effects across your entire system that you wouldn't notice until you do a full end-to-end integration test or rerun your performance or security tests in your pre-production environment. One way to think about this is adopting something called continuous testing. And continuous testing is really about doing testing across the entire software delivery lifecycle. So we've talked about shifting left, doing tests earlier. We can also talk about shifting right, doing tests later, as I mentioned, pre-production. But ultimately, you need to run your tests, unit tests or linting, the things I talked about earlier, like while you're coding locally, while you're building locally, or in your CI/CD pipeline. Once you've built your components or artifacts in CI/CD, you might want to run some component tests on that. You might want to run end-to-end or integration and component tests before you publish that artifact to a repository, or you start deploying it immediately to a pre-production or staging or testing environment. So super important. This is kind of the shift left part. Try to get all these tests into place. Once you've deployed into a pre-production environment, run end-to-end integration tests, run non-functional tests like performance tests, security tests, compliance tests. There's a bunch of kind of tests you can run to validate that whatever AI is generated early on, even if you've all put all those guardrails into place and you've done your prompt engineering and your context engineering, things always fall through the cracks. This is not specific to AI. It's a very human thing as well. So, but ultimately, these are things to really embrace as you ask AI to generate more and more code for you. And in production, and this is actually something that's pretty common. People run full end-to-end suites in production, not that often maybe, and maybe with a constrained set of data to not change the state of your production system, but just to make sure that things continue to run smoothly. One thing you might think is that, well, I'll just use my CI/CD tool, right? I can ask Jenkins and GitHub Actions to do this. But CI/CD is not a great solution for a continuous testing approach. One thing is, as you saw earlier, you want your tests to run outside of CI/CD. You want them to run locally. You might want them to run in your Kubernetes environment, like in response to something happening in your infrastructure. You might want to run them more on a schedule in a or in your production environment for in-prod testing. So that's not something that CI/CD tools are great at, right? Because, as I said, tests need to be run on different triggers, and also might need to be triggered locally while you're developing. Another thing is that to help you troubleshoot efficiently, you need to collect all the artifacts and logs and whatever else you might need to figure out why your tests failed. And that can be both from the testing tool itself, but also from the system under test. And this is also something that a CI/CD tool does not do. It's something that you'd have to kind of write scripts for to aggregate and collect everything, and as I call it, test observability here. And data would then be used both to troubleshoot, like tactically, why did this test fail, but also to do reporting, understanding kind of which components do we need to focus on for testing, where do we need to do more testing, or etc. Finally, the concept of quality gates is something that's increasingly popular in cloud native deployment, where you have an asynchronous approach to deploying software. So basically having setting up rules for when a release can be promoted across environments. And those rules can be pretty complex around which tests that need to be run, what are the past failure rates. This could be non-functional rules, right? Performance related, or even security related rules that you might set up for the tests that you run. Once again, this is not something that a CI/CD tool would do for you. And just to have a nice Venn diagram in this presentation, as you can see, continuous integration up here is really focused on builds. Continuous deployment is more focused on releasing. Continuous testing is focused more on automated testing and all the things I mentioned related to that. All of this boils down to continuous delivery, which is, of course, all of these three at a higher level. So what AI-driven teams really need is a continuous testing strategy. Apart from prompt engineering, context engineering, you need to have a way to run tests continuously to ensure that as you generate more code, that your testing can keep up with that AI-generated code and the mistakes that it makes. And maybe even you have some still developers making mistakes of their own. And so what you really, one way to break this down is in a continuous testing world, you need a catalog of all the tests so you can have an insight to what tests are you running, where and when across this pipeline that I showed you. You need an execution engine to run your tests consistently, because you want to be able to have, you need the same test results. If you run your tests locally, if you run your tests in CI/CD, if you run your tests as a pre-production provisioning or promotion gate. Obviously, you want to make sure that the result is the same. So you have to have an execution engine that will run this test the same way with using the same technology stack for that reliability. And of course, also for scale. As I said, you want to run a lot of tests, and your execution engine needs to be able to handle that with any kind of test. Test observability is something that you'll have to account for. How do you collect all those artifacts? And finally, analytics to help you with reporting. And maybe not you as a developer, but as a QA manager, you might be really interested in, are we testing the right stuff, or do we need to focus? This is just a visualization of that. And since I'm from TestCube, obviously that's where TestCube fits in, because TestCube is a continuous testing platform. I'm not going to talk more about TestCube because I wanted to talk more about the higher level topic of how to get ahead of quality issues from Gen AI code. So let's wrap that up. Just to kind of look at the things I've talked about. One, really important is, shifting left, super left, is to help AI generate code that works, right? This is about prompt engineering for correctness. It's about context engineering for guardrails. And there are great tools out there to help you. AI in itself is great at helping you create good prompts and to help you with context engineering. So that's a good start. But there are also tools out there that help you specifically around context engineering to aggregate context from your existing code base. And then finally, including test generation in your prompts and context, super important as well. And finally, second here, embracing continuous testing. As I've said, run automated tests across the entire SDLC from pre-commit to production. As I said, those can be unit tests, they can be component tests, they can be end-to-end tests, but this could also be performance tests, security tests, etc. And then adopting a continuous testing platform, TestCube, to tie all that together, because your CI/CD tool is not going to be able to do this, especially as you scale out and need to run more and more tests. And with those words and 18 minutes, I thank you so much for listening. I hope this was interesting. Please feel free to get in touch if you have questions, follow-ups, etc. on all of this. You see my email here. Testcube.io is our website. TestCube is open source, so you can go to GitHub and find it there as well. And I hope you have a great conference. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
With AI speeding up how much code is generated and how much more we need to focus on the review process, it's refreshing to hear about how we can improve our existing pipelines to help scale the speed at which we can reliably get code review done. Now, rounding out the main talks for today, we have Frank Kilkemans from Gentic to talk about Arazzo, a new specification that enables AI to consume APIs better.
Hi everyone and welcome. So I'm going to talk to you today about the Arazzo specification and why it is kind of cutting into agent type and giving us an ability to have more predictable AI execution and interaction with our capabilities. So taking a brief step back, Arazzo is a specification that is stewarded under the OpenAPI Initiative, which is a Linux Foundation project. And that is the proud steward of three API-related specifications: the OpenAPI specification, the overlay specification, and the Arazzo specification. So Arazzo, which is Italian for tapestry, gives us the ability to deterministically describe API workflows across the modern API stack. And we're incredibly excited about the potential that it has, especially for improving the experiences of course, developers, but also agents as we make our capabilities available in the agentic era. So I'm going to dive into the what and why of the specification today and let you ponder if it really brings the affordances that we would like, both from a human developer perspective, but also when it comes to robust agentic consumption of our capabilities. So a bit about me. My name is Frank Kilkemans. I'm head of enterprise architecture at Gentic. I'm a software engineer and architect by trade with a great passion for APIs. I do quite a bit of work also with the OpenAPI Initiative, and I am co-author and maintainer on the Arazzo specification. So I mentioned a few things about developer experience and agent experience at the outset, but what really do we mean by those phrases? I think developer experience can be classified as the overall quality of a developer's interaction with their environment. So that's the processes, the tools, and of course the organizational culture that they experience while they're trying to achieve their jobs to be done. And if I put an API consumer lens on that, it really is the ease and confidence with which developers can discover, understand, or reliably integrate APIs. And that should be driven by clear documentation, hopefully consistent design, and very importantly, meaningful runtime behaviors. Now, looking at agent experience, that has been kind of coined as the overall quality of an agent's ability to access, understand, and reliably operate within a system, a platform, or a product, and generally while trying to achieve user-defined goals. But do we actually understand what an agent is? And for me, I think I like to kind of compare it to chatbots, which have been around for a long time. And I think the main difference is action. So chatbots chat, but agents act, and that's generally through STDIO on the local machine or through remote services. So they generally do rely on APIs and API interaction to achieve meaningful outcomes. So again, if we put an API consumer lens on agent experience, it's the ease and reliability with which agents can discover, reason about, and safely execute API operations. And that has to be enabled by semantically rich documentation, very clear boundaries, and again, importantly, crystal clear runtime behaviors. So it really could be kind of classified or stated that when it comes to agent tooling and experiences, it could be viewed as a knowledge problem. So it's the breadth of API documentation that kind of dictates the range of capabilities that an agent can actually perform. And it's the depth of that documentation that will really dictate the reliability of the agent itself. So if we think about having, poor quality API documentation, then that can impact the capability planning and the reliability of the agent when it comes to tool execution. Because if the API or tool spec is vague, then the agent may not be able to find and call that tool. Maybe it will be able to find the tool, but it might call it passing the wrong parameters or arguments. It might also misinterpret responses, or perhaps worse still, just fail silently. And then if these things start to happen, we'll find ourselves in that familiar bottom left corner of this quadrant where we have hello world demos, but nothing really that we're confident to launch to production. And what we want to strive to do is to get to the top right, where we have robust, scalable agents that work. Now, making API reference documentation kind of AI ready is something that I talk to people about quite often. And this is kind of my laundry list of things that we should attack and improve if we want to make sure that we have semantically rich and understandable and predictable APIs, and that agents can safely operate in a self-serve manner with those APIs. I'm not going to go through all of these today, but I'm going to jump to the bottom right and talk about how we need to codify our intent into use case oriented workflows. Because when we try to extract value from APIs, more often than not, it involves us making more than a single API call. And in fact, we have to make a lot of API calls, and generally in a specific order, if we want to achieve the desired outcome. So if you think of, getting onboarded into an API ecosystem and you get access to an open API reference document, but it has hundreds of endpoints in it, then it's not going to be very easy for you to be able to integrate that into your system unless that is accompanied by other forms of supporting documentation or developer support. And in fact, from a consuming developer experience, you might actually be tempted to look for another provider that just does a better job at catering for your developer experience. And the same goes for agents. Like if we give a really, really long open API description with hundreds or even thousands of endpoints in it to an agent, then the likelihood is that they'll attack the problem, like in my kind of silly little diagram here. If we wanted to have an agent to make toast for us, if we give them all the raw ingredients to bake the bread and to assemble the toaster, the chances are they would do that slightly differently every single time, or at least the toast might not taste too great. So what we actually want is we want the concept of workflows, because workflows are the recipes for success. They're proven. If you follow that path, you will extract the value from the API or the APIs in a way that actually makes sense and gives you the expected or the desired outcome. And this is where Arazzo comes in. So it's an open standard for workflows, and it allows us to be able to do so in a way that is sufficiently vendor neutral. And it gives us the affordances and the ability to ensure that whatever we're building should be predictable and can be assertable. So what is Arazzo? Well, it is an approach to describe and document use case oriented workflows in a programmatical readable format. So the formats that we're dealing with are JSON and YAML. And when I talk about a workflow, it just is a series of API calls, which when woven together allow us to achieve the desired business outcome. Now, the human readable and machine readable nature of the formats like YAML and JSON means that it can really cater for agent experiences because it is well structured. And then through the affordance of tooling that's been built up around the specification, it will also give us the desired developer experience so that we can have the toolings that we need to ensure that we can integrate that use case into our applications as quickly as possible. Now, when we were working on the specification, the dominant use cases that we focused on were to kind of attack the problem of having deterministic context-aware recipes for the successful use of APIs. So to help developers make sense of those large, unwieldy documents that have hundreds or thousands of endpoints in it. If the provider had a more modular approach and they split the capabilities across multiple APIs, then how can we have a way that will describe how you need to orchestrate and interact or even choreograph the calls across all of those bespoke API documents, and do so in a way that can really ensure that we have living documentation. So we don't want to have static PowerPoint documentation, wiki files, HTML, and developer portals that gets out of sync very, very quickly. And Arazzo gives us the ability to be able to generate documentation on the fly that is testable, that's assertable. because it doubles up as a functional or end-to-end testing specification. So as the underlying APIs change over time, we can ensure that we're not going to break the promises that we are making towards those consumers, and we can assert that the workflow is still achievable. We also really wanted to reinvigorate the whole ecosystem around code generation, SDK generation, and even MCP server and tool generation. Because again, if you have as your starting point a very large unwieldy open API description with hundreds of endpoints in it, if you generate code from that, then you're going to get a very large bloaty output. And that's something that you have to maintain in your code base moving forward. But instead, if you could generate the code or the SDKs or even an MCP server, focus on a specific use case, then it's going to make it much easier to digest, understand, and interact with from a consumer perspective, be they a human or be they an agent. There's also lots of other bodies that are leveraging Arazzo to help from a benchmarking and regulatory checking perspective, so the OpenID Connect Foundation, various open banking institutions, etc. And as we're moving now into this context area of APIs where intent becomes very, very important, it is critical that we also have an open standard that will allow us to be able to manage the intellectual property of the enterprise and do so in a way that is vendor neutral and not in the walled garden of any particular vendor provider. So looking at the structure of Arazzo itself, so if you're familiar with OpenAPI or Async API, then this picture shouldn't scare you too much, but it's a pretty simple specification, and I'm not going to go into all of the details in today's call, but it has the things that you would expect. So it has an info object for metadata to improve the discoverability of this workflow, so human developers can find it, agents can find it, and so on. We then have source descriptions, so these are the lists of APIs and or other workflows that kind of set the boundary for what will be documented in the current document that we're authoring. We then have the workflows. We have inputs to the workflow, so there are things that the workflow needs just to get going. We have the steps. That's where the real work happens, where calls happen to API endpoints or to other workflows. What controls whether those steps are successful or not. And then at the end of a step, we can return outputs and make them available for future steps in the workflow. And ultimately, when the workflow finishes, we can have outputs that are returned back to the calling context as well. So I'm just going to drill into some of the most important aspects so you can kind of understand and see Arazzo and what it looks like. So this is the info object. So again, we have a title, we have a summary, we have a description. So this is really catering for ensuring we can have the rich metadata in there to improve discoverability. So if you think of these are registered in various registries, can we have the tooling that can match the intent that we're trying to solve for with a proven use case that is part of the capability set that's published by a particular organization. And then we have the version of the particular workflow document itself, and not to be confused with the Arazzo version at the top, which describes the version of the specification that this document is conforming to. We then have source descriptions. So in this particular instance, we're pulling in two open API descriptions, and then this will set the boundary as to what operations, the workflows that we're authoring can operate over within the current document. So the easiest way to think about these are in terms of imports or namespaces from a programming perspective. Looking then at the workflow, so workflow has an identifier, then has additional semantically rich info that improves discoverability again. So it has a summary, it has a description, and then it'll have inputs, parameters, things to do upon success or upon failure. The steps themselves depends on mechanisms. If you want to have some concept of parallel execution and be able to just control the dependencies there, and then it'll have the outputs itself. Looking at a step, so again, a step has an ID, again, it has a description. It has some way of referencing an API operation or another workflow. In this instance, it's using an operation ID, so it's referencing the get pets operation that's in the pets API that is part of the source descriptions that we just talked about a little bit earlier. And interestingly here, we have the success criteria. So what determines if this step is successful? Well, in this particular instance, we must get a HTTP 200 status code back from the API operation. And within the response body, which should be JSON, we should have a pets item, which should be an array, and there should be at least one entry in that array. Then just to give you a feeling for how you can kind of control branching and deal with failure scenarios. This is an example of a failure action. So this is a retry type. And what it's saying is if we get a service unavailable status code back from the API operation, then we should retry this step again after 1 second, and we should exhaust the retries after a maximum limit of 5. Now, again, you can reach out to another workflow as part of the retry mechanism too. A very common example for that would be you get a 401 back, you inspect your bearer token, you determine that it's expired, then you would reach out to a refresh token workflow, you get a fresh token, and you're back at the races, you're back in the game, you can retry the current step. So let's run through a very quick example. So we could imagine that we are making a buy now, pay later workflow available, and we want to embed that into our own proprietary mobile app, into our web portal. And maybe we also want to make it available for a remote team who is creating let's say, an embedded finance offering into their own ecosystem. So we know the steps that we need to do. And I think it's quite reasonable to imagine that in order to be able to honor these steps, multiple APIs would be required. And perhaps those APIs would be under the management of different teams within an organization. So in this particular example, we have an eligibility API and we have a loans API. And what we can actually do at Arazzo is we can codify all of those steps into an Arazzo document. So we can actually validate that all of those steps are achievable, and we get another beautiful YAML document that we need to manage and interact with from a developer perspective. Well, not really, that's not the point. The point will be that we will have rich tooling that will allow us to be able to have some assurances and some affordances to make sure that that workflow is achievable, and we can actually generate the code on the fly that will allow us to embed that workflow into our system if we're on the consumer side. And if we're on the provider side, we can have tests that will be automatically generated to validate that this Arazzo document holds true. I really don't expect in 2025, moving into 2026, that people will be handcrafting these documents by hand. That's where we will have LLM assisted tooling and other low-code, no-code tooling to make it very, very easy. And just to kind of give you an example, because the tooling can parse and understand the YAML, we then can have an ability to render the information in a way that is more human desirable. So it's something that will improve our experience as a human developer. So instead of having to understand the YAML, we actually get this living, rich, 100% accurate flow diagram that will kind of express to us the work that we would need to do if we wanted to manually consume and integrate this capability into our system. And one might say, well, what if we just exposed all of those API endpoints through MCP as MCP tools? Would the LLM not just be able to figure out the workflow? And what I would say is not safely or predictably, at least. So as we're exposing more and more tools towards LLMs, what we're actually seeing is that we are hitting the context window limitations quite quickly. And once that starts to happen, then we're suffering from other effects like attention mechanism limitations. So as kind of the focus becomes more diluted in the context window, that can lead to context confusion. And as I mentioned at the start around kind of the breadth and depth of the documentation and the knowledge problem, once that accuracy starts to decline, and as the number of tools increases, then the wrong tool will be called perhaps, or maybe the right tool will be called, but with the wrong arguments. And we'll be in this scenario where it nearly gets it right many, many times, but we can never be sure and 100% confident that it's getting it right all of the time. And again, I would say use LLMs and AIs and use their agency to figure out and plan things that have not yet been kind of codified or part of the knowledge base within the organization. But once you have a workflow that you know that this is how it needs to be executed every single time, then why would you want to expend tokens trying to have an LLM to try to figure out that reasoning and that orchestration every single time, rather than passing to the deterministic space? And really, that's where we see Arazzo and MCP coming together very, very well. So we can have a concept of having just-in-time tool delivery, where we can have and mechanism to expose the workflows and the capabilities in a way that will be very, very easily discoverable by MCP, and then just register that tool just in time. And then when it comes to the execution, that execution will be handed back to the deterministic layer to be executed in a foolproof mechanism so that there's no surprises. And that becomes very, very important if we're executing kind of critical workflows that have real impact on business continuity. Now, one thing and one piece of infrastructure that's going to get more important as we're taking this leap into kind of agentic consumption of our capabilities, and that is a reimagination of the sandbox for safe agency or secure experimentation. So we want to have kind of controlled environments where we can allow agents to use their agency, so to use reasoning strategies like React and Rewoo, but to use that in a non-production setting where we're in control. We can describe and control how much capabilities we want to make available to the agents. We don't have to expose any production secrets or production endpoints. We just need to provide that with realistic data. And once we figure out and allow agents to achieve a particular execution, we can then say surface that for human validation. And if it's good, if we like it, then we can codify it as an Arazzo document and then add that to our corpus of digital or agent-ready capabilities. If you're interested in this particular topic, I do have a much more detailed blog which goes into the concept of how discovery, managed access, business process mining, and indeed taking your APIs to simulate and have like a developer automated flywheel approach for that will work. Then please do check out that blog. And for now, I'd like to say thank you. And remember that it's not necessarily about the agent, it's all about the workflow. And please do feel free to connect and enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you very much.
I'm a huge fan of OpenAPI, and Arazzo sounds like a big improvement for the new AI-focused era. So that does it for our main talks today, but we have a couple great GitKraken-focused segments that you aren't going to want to miss. If you haven't seen the announcement, we held a game jam this year as part of the promotion for GitKon, and we have Jade Nanga and Ken Petzold here to announce the winners.
Welcome back, everyone. We've reached one of the most exciting moments of GitKon 2025.
That's right. We're here to announce the winners of our first ever GitKon Game Jam. The creativity we saw from this community was absolutely incredible.
For those just joining, we challenge developers to build games that make Git concepts more approachable, more fun, or more intuitive. And wow, did you guys deliver?
We had entries that turned debugging into detective work, Git commands into flight simulators, and merge conflicts into actual gameplay mechanics. The innovation was off the charts.
Let's not keep everyone in suspense. Jade, do you want to kick us off with third place?
Absolutely. Okay, so our third place winner taking home $500 is Git Sim by Ige Kaya.
Git Sim is brilliant. Think of it as a flight simulator, but for Git commands.
Exactly. It lets you preview the exact outcome of complex Git operations, including conflict prediction, safety analysis, and visual before and after graphics, without ever touching your actual repository.
How many times have we all wished we could test a risky rebase or a merge before committing to it?
Every time. And that's why GitSim is such a practical and powerful tool. It removes the fear factor from advanced Git workflows. So thank you so much, Ige, and congratulations.
All right, second place. This one brought a whole new energy to Git education. Our $1,000 prize goes to Git Bisect Detective by Omri Lutz.
This entry completely reimagines how we teach Git Bisect. Instead of a dry tutorial, you become a code detective investigating crime scenes, buggy commits by traveling through time.
Players use binary search to efficiently track down the exact commit where a bug was introduced. It's a real-world debugging skill, but now it's actually fun to learn.
3 progressively challenging levels, art crime scenes, visual cues. It's gamified learning done right. Omri, this is fantastic work. Congratulations.
Before we get to first place, we want to give a shout out to 2 honorable mentions who also brought incredible ideas to the table.
Our first honorable mention goes to Keith Gotchi by Santiago Pommel of Haza.
And our second honorable mention goes to Git, Here We Go Again by George Emmanuel Thomas.
Both of these entries showed creativity, technical skill, and a deep understanding of what makes Git challenging. So thank you both for participating.
All right, Jade, drum roll.
The grand prize winner of the GitKon 2025 Game Jam, taking home $2,500, is Voxelverse by Sajal Campbell.
Yes, Voxelverse completely blew us away.
Instead of just teaching Git concepts, it makes you live them. You control Keith the Kraken, our own mascot, as a digital avatar navigating corrupted sectors of a code repository.
Merge conflicts become physical barriers you dismantle. Time travel happens when you check out previous commits. You can teleport to cherry-pick resources across dimensions, and history rewriting, you physically swap blocks to clean up a messy rebase.
It's immersive, it's clever, and it transforms abstract Git commands into tangible gameplay mechanics. Sajal, this is next level work. Congratulations.
Yeah, Sajal or Sajal, apologies, we're not sure, but you'll be hearing from us very soon on claiming your prize.
To everyone who participated in this year's Game Jam, thank you. You reminded us why this community is so special.
Yeah, Jade, the creativity, the passion, the technical chops, it was all on display. We can't wait to see what you all build next.
And winners, keep an eye on your inbox. We'll be reaching out shortly with details on claiming your winnings. And I will also be posting all of our winning projects on Instagram and LinkedIn. So be sure to check out GitKraken on all socials.
And to everyone watching, thank you for being part of GitKon 2025. This has been an incredible event, and we're happy to have you here.
Here's to the builders, here's to the innovators, and here's to all of you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations to the winners. I wish I could have participated. That would have been fun. To wrap the sessions up for today, we have Melise Michael and Jonathan Silva going over this year's GitKraken Wrapped, where you can catch up on the biggest updates we shipped this year across GitLens, GitKraken Desktop, and more, including standout releases like GitKraken MCP and Commit Composer. We'll also give you a sneak preview of what's coming next.
Hello, GitKon, and welcome to the final session of day one. This one is called GitKraken 2025 Wrapped, where we will cover all the highlights from GitKraken Desktop, GitLens, and a few other bonus items as well. My name is Jonathan Silva. I'll be one of your co-hosts today. Joining me here is my colleague, Melise. Hey, Melise.
Hey, Jonathan. Thanks for having me.
Glad to have you as well. Okay, so we're going to tag team this. So I'll be going through some of the highlights from GKD, as we like to call it. And then I'll hand things over to Melise, who will talk about all things GitLens. So all the major updates from the calendar year of 2025. Melise, how's that sound to you?
Sounds good to me. Can't wait to share some of the awesome things we've been working on.
Beautiful. Let us begin. All right, let's talk about GitKraken Desktop. 2025 was the year where GitKraken was here to improve your flow and reduce some blockers. With version 11, we released GitKraken AI, which had the aim of reducing the toil that you might run into when creating commits and pull requests. So when staging changes in the app, ask GitKraken AI to draft a commit message and summary based on your change set. I've been using this ever since we released it, and my commit history has become much easier to read and understand. Though if I ever wanted to understand what's been happening over any portion of the commit history, I can use the Shift or Control key to multi-select commits and access the Explain Commits action. So here, GitKraken AI will take a look at the change set between all of these commits and tell you what happened, and it also summarizes the impact. This is also pretty handy if English is not your first language, or if you just need some visual representation of what's been happening in your repository recently. Okay, so lots of users love creating pull requests in GitKraken Desktop, and you can create a pull request by either dragging and dropping a branch onto a different branch or from this left panel option, this plus icon in the pull request pane. And one of our internal devs particularly loves the option to ask GitKraken AI to draft the PR title and description. And it really is as simple as clicking this button. It even takes into account your pull request template, which is very, very nice. But by far, my most favorite GitKraken AI feature is the ability to use the commit composer. There are two ways that you could approach using the commit composer. If you have a ton of changes in your working directory, instead of staging changes and creating a commit, try the option to compose commits with AI. When it finishes thinking, it will present you with a list of commits to consider. And you can decide if you're happy with this, you can just proceed and it'll create those commits in your commit history. Or if it needs some tweaking, you can reorder commits, squash commits, drop commits, or just go, commit by commit to review the change set and make sure everything looks good. And hey, if you decide, you know what, I would prefer to just commit manually, you can decide to cancel out of this or reset back to the initial suggestion that GitKraken AI provided. Whichever path you take, it's just meant to provide you a suggestion for how you can organize the work that you've done. The second way that you can use Commit Composer, so you can use Commit Composer to recompose a set of existing commits in your commit history. So whether you made one monster size commit, or maybe you've made a ton of little commits, but they're all related to each other, you can multi-select a range of commits and then choose the option to recompose those commits. And it's the same process. GitKraken AI will provide you a suggestion for how to organize the changes. And you can decide whether to tweak it, keep it, or maybe try doing something different on your own. I like to think of Commit Composer as a way of rewriting commit history without having too many regrets. All right, next, let's talk about merge conflicts and how GitKraken Desktop helps you be way more proactive and way less reactive. This year, GitKraken Desktop brought you real-time alerts about potential merge conflicts. Ooh. When you open up GitKraken after you've been coding for a while, you might see this alert icon in the repository breadcrumb. That's because GitKraken Desktop detects potential conflicts based on overlapping edits from other commits. When a potential conflict strikes, click on that alert icon, and to assist with conflict resolution, you're presented with the ability to rebase, merge, or even stop detecting conflicts for a target branch. Now, if the app detects a conflict with a specific team member, you'll get options to share edits as a cloud patch, or even copy a summary of the overlapping edits to your clipboard so that you can share with a team member. I particularly love this update. We help give you a heads up about potential merge conflicts, and we turn a super reactive moment into a constructive conversation. And it's way better because it's happening, or at least it can happen, before you even go through the trouble of creating a pull request and having that conversation. All right, later in 2025, we gave GitKraken Desktop some TLC where performance took center stage. Users were delighted to see tons of performance improvements for large repositories in particular, and a couple other places as well. So large repos now open dramatically faster. In our Linux kernel test, load times dropped from 9.9 seconds to just 1.7 seconds. And if you are someone with tons and tons of stashes saved, well, those refresh almost instantly when you open up the app. In one test with 169 stashes, refresh speed improved by around 99%. And repos with thousands of branches, tags, and other references also load much faster. In our test with 3,200 references, performance improved by around 98%. This release was really great. I love it because our users also reported that they were seeing some of the performance improvements on their end as well. And we plan to keep continuing to make performance a key component of future GitKraken desktop releases. All right, I have a bonus item for you before I hand things over to Melise. If you use GitKraken Desktop or GitLens, you probably already know about GitKraken.dev, which is where we make features like workspaces and Launchpad available on any web browser. But this year, we rolled out GitKraken automations. And you can think of automations as custom if this, then that actions that you can configure for your GitKraken users. So for example, you can create conditions that are based off of pull request content, activity, or discussion, PR review status, branches, CI/CD checks, file conditions, and GitKraken AI. But what does it mean to set GitKraken AI as a trigger condition? An excellent question. So when you set GitKraken AI as a trigger condition, you can ask GitKraken AI to review the pull request diff and metadata to see if the PR contains something you care about. So for example, does this PR have a Jira issue tied to it? Does the PR content contain a security concern? Or you can craft your own custom prompt and have GitKraken AI evaluate the PR metadata and diff to see if it locates what you're looking for. And then when the conditions are met in a GitKraken automation, you can have the automation perform actions like notifying users, add or remove PR reviewers or assignees, add PR comments, labels, or checklists, or have GitKraken AI post a comment with a summary that's based on a prompt. And this is a prompt of your own making. GitKraken automations is a really, really easy thing to miss, but it's a powerful system, a supportive system that you can build for your team members so that when developers are just doing their day-to-day, you can make sure that they have things happening in the background so that they're notifying the proper people, or that things are just moving along smoothly, or that people are alerted when maybe some intervention is needed. So those are all the hits from 2025 for GitKraken Desktop. Let's go to Melise next to hear about GitLens and perhaps a bonus item of his own. All right, take it away, Melise.
This year, we shipped a ton of powerful quality of life enhancements and additions to GitLens, including things like support for AI IDEs like Cursor, Anti-Gravity, Kiro, and Windsurf. We expanded AI provider support across the board. We also added linear integration so you can start work on issues to get rich issue context. Things like Azure DevOps server integration was added with deep issue and PR visibility. We also added natural language graph search to explore your repos without context queries. Things like visual file history evolved into visual repo history, so you can see the full story of repositories at a glance, and your file history and folder history as well. We added advanced AI controls for organizations with security policies and custom model access. And overall, we dramatically made GitLens faster with performance improvements. In 17.4 earlier this year, we shipped Commit Composer, a completely new way to work with commits inside of GitLens that gives you full control over the composition process. Whether you want to auto-compose commits with AI or craft everything manually, the choice is up to you. When composing commits, GitLens Commit Composer creates draft commits, so you can review, modify, and refine before anything is applied to your repository. This workflow lets you preview before committing so you can see exactly what will change, switch models to compare results across different AI systems, guide the AI with custom team instructions and conventions, and even iterate and refine by regenerating individual messages or entire compositions. With this process, you can review and edit manually to fine-tune every detail. And with GitLens 17.5, we brought Git Intelligence for AI chat directly into your agents and IDEs with GitKraken MCP. GitKraken MCP transforms how you interact with Git through AI by surfacing repository information, issue tracking data, and pull request details. This is the same rich context GitLens has always delivered in the UI for years, now available through natural conversation. With workflows now conversational, you can ask MCP questions like, list all open Jira issues assigned to me. GitKraken MCP will then fetch and display live issue data from your connected trackers. You could also say, start work on a Jira issue, give the specific project issue. GitKraken MCP pulls the issue, stashes the changes if needed, and creates a feature branch. You can also do things like pull request assistance. Create a pull request from my current branch. GitKraken will gather your diffs, generate a title and description, and opens a PR in your connected provider. And to help debug and understand history, you can ask, who last modified the function and why? GitKraken MCP will retrieve precise blame data, including commit context and linked issues and PRs. All of this packed seamlessly right into GitLens, and we are just scratching the surface of what's possible with GitKraken MCP. Future releases will continue to expand capabilities, integrations, and IDE support. What you're seeing today is only the foundation. As Commit Composer and GitKraken MCP continue to grow with your feedback, unlocking an expanded set of MCP tools, workflows, and agent-first capabilities will become a top priority for us in 2026. And we'd love to hear how you guys are using tools like GitKraken MCP and Commit Composer. So make sure to leave feedback on our GitHub discussions page or X or our Blue Sky accounts. Thanks for tuning in with us today, GitKon. We'll see you around.
So that's going to do it for our day one developer-focused content. From all of us here at GitKraken, we hope you enjoyed the talks and panels. There was a lot to take in, so don't worry. These talks will be available on YouTube as soon as possible. But also, don't forget, we have a whole second day tomorrow dedicated to dev leaders. You'll hear all about leading teams, evolving culture, and shipping software in the modern era. So, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.